Hey, okay, hopefully everything's working. We had a lot of technical difficulties. In fact, I think I'm still having one. My screen is messed up. Look at that. How in the world did that even happen? You can see there's like a little thing right below me here, a little line. Has everything got adjusted? Anyway, I'll worry about that in a minute. But moving on, it's not super important. Well met, I'm Cynical. Oh, welcome to my channel. This all around me here now is called Hunt. It's an action horror campaign set in an alternate 2002 of our creation, inhabited by ancient horrors and legendary creatures using the Monster of the Week system. With a few adjustments here and there. We're all a bit new to PBTA games. That's powered by the Apocalypse. That's the original one of these, and are using a pretty wide variety of playbooks within the system. So if you see something you don't recognize, that's probably why. But it's pretty simple, so we should probably be okay. I don't think we need a lot of help here, but if you see something and we're confused about it, feel free to bring it up in chat. But because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, we'll mostly be focusing on the game. So if we don't see you in chat, whether you're trying to help or just say hi, just know that we appreciate you being here and taking part in Hunt, and we will try to pay attention to the chat, if nothing else, retroactively after we have gone through the session. Just remember, everybody is welcome, and keep it civil in chat. So let's go ahead and get to the players and everything. Let me switch over here. These are my friends, and together we're CoFH RPG, a group of people that have been playing in connected worlds together for decades. So let's just take a moment to introduce our players and their characters in this campaign. We'll just be really brief with it this time, since we're kind of in the middle of things. But yeah, he's played a tavern keeper who once helped slay 2 cosmic dragons, a grizzled space detective that planted a psychic tree, and a feeder of 2 hit dice ghouls. They always solve my puzzles, and I mean always. My longtime friend, Lord Venom 1. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and your character, and one of you guys listen for the audio.
Hey guys, I'm Lord Venom 1. Yeah, really glad to be playing here tonight. I play Jane Meyer, also known as Jinx. She has the Initiate playbook, which more or less means she's a member of a cult. We'll continue to learn more about that as we go forward, but basically her cult's given her information, missions, tasks, punishments if they're not happy with the situation. So Jane is playing her sort of as a bit of a modern witch type character. She's hopefully going to continue to do weird things. It's kind of like kind of a Stepford Wives situation, if that's the right analogy, where she's kind of everywhere around town. She's always showing up. This kind of creepy smile on her face, but what she's really doing is trying to be involved in different aspects of town so that she can like get the latest gossip about who might have seen a monster or had something weird happen to them that she can investigate further. So I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. All right. So following that, it's let's see, where are we at here in the list? Oh yeah, they've been a megacorp heir searching for their lost parents, a ruin-delving historian seeking to prove his father's theories, and a reluctant space captain who was an expert at crash landings. Oh, here we go. My good friend and a fellow member of Screen Room, and a streamer in his own right, was streaming just last night, I believe. Maccow234, why don't you go ahead and talk a bit about yourself and just a brief one on your character. Also, this little gap at the bottom of all of our screens, if you notice that on the stream, I don't think there's an easy way for me to fix that, so I'm just going to leave that the rest of the stream, I think. We'll have that fixed by episode 4. But yeah, everything reset. I apologize for that. But go ahead, Metcow.
Hey, audio sounds good as well. Yeah, I'm Metcow. We do Screen Room on Sundays and Wednesdays over on here on Twitch on Screen Room. Come hang out with us and Gerbil and J5. And I do stream every once in a while on my stream. Hang out there too, Maccow234. As far as Lester goes, he has the Flake playbook. He's quite a conspiracy theorist. kind of, you know,
Everybody's in the world
anti-big
conditioning, so it is.
government type. Thinks everybody's kind of out to get him. Has a wide network of friends on the internet who will help him out. So it's kind of his whole thing. You know, it's 2002, so he has, you know, a nice pile of laptop bricks, big old thick laptops, that he can use clean laptops all the time. So
Duffel
we learned
bag
that.
of old Nokia phones. Well, they're
Duffel
not old
bag of
at this
phones.
point, because again, we're in 2002. But
Burner phones. He doesn't have like a phone that he gives out to people except to his very closest friends.
Like
So
his
he
good
has a bag of
buddy,
burner phones and he breaks
David
them
Morin.
after each call. We're up to 4 now on the broken phones.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're keeping track of them.
We'll see how many we break.
Is that just
along
4
the
that
way.
you kept track, or were there ones before that?
4 total.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 total.
All right. I'm glad you're tracking that because I'm definitely not.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's pretty much Lester.
Awesome. Well, further down the line, they've played an amnesiac psychic experiment with a great haircut, a pacifist space surgeon obsessed with an old TV series, and a wild man with an upset tummy. The first character he played was somebody else's. Society Streams, a fellow member of Screen Room and an independent streamer as well. Why don't you go ahead and talk about yourself and tell us a real brief little bit about Gideon.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, everyone? I'm Society. You may remember me from such things as Screen Room and my personal streaming channel, but mainly this, where I play Gideon Smoot, a member of the LDS, and, you know, I didn't really talk about his playbook last time, I guess, but I'm mundane, which is, I'm just like a regular person, so, like, I have no, like, powers that really, like, gives Gideon his, like, braveness, so, like, he relies a lot on faith, like, for real. Y'all might have remembered in the first episode, I was thinking about it the other day, he, like, in the flashback scene, he was fighting back the Skinwalker with his, Book of Mormon, so it's pretty much just, like, his spirit, and, like,
Literally hitting
you
it with
know,
the Book of Mormon.
yeah, you might kind of gather at this point too that, like, he kind of feels like, you know, this is his real mission, right? Like, this is, you know, God, as our Heavenly Father, has chosen him basically for a higher purpose than just, you know, the
Yeah, he
average thing.
sees the piercing of the veil
Yeah.
as being like calling. That's pretty
It's
interesting.
Yeah, it's
It's all
definitely
providence.
Like,
That's a good way of putting it, Gerbil.
oh yeah, that is really good. I like that. But, you know, because, you know, having the veil pierced can do one of two things to an extremely religious person, I feel like, you know, and Gideon took
Oh yeah, I guess it could go.
the second choice.
It could go and like whether strengthens your faith or it could
Yeah,
erase it potentially,
you totally denounce it,
or
right?
make you
'Cause,
make
like,
you question it at the very least.
at
Maybe
least.
not. Yeah.
yeah. So there's a third option in there. That's the gray, but for sure,
You
I
know,
think
there's
Gideon
usually more
reacted
than
in
black and white.
But from other points of Gideon's life, I think it's like a habit to do that, right? Like he's
I mean it
built
makes
that,
sense.
Yeah, he's built that, like, ability to lean back on his faith as an explanation for things or something to get him by. So
Well, it is like a,
see
kind
how
of a
that
central
pans out.
pillar of how he acts in life in general. So that makes a lot
Totally.
of sense, I feel like.
right, exactly.
All right. Well, next up, they've played a traveling hedge wizard that sealed themselves away for eternity, an alien merchant engineer with an incompatible sleeping pattern, and a 3-foot-tall homicidal former prisoner. One of my oldest friends and a moderator not only for this channel, all the CoFH RPG stuff, but Screen Room stuff as well. Go ahead and talk a bit about yourself, Psycho Cough, and tell us a bit about Jaeger.
Hi there, I'm Psycho. It wasn't eternity; it was just 1,000 years, I think.
You said you were going to keep doing it, so you didn't say there was an end. You were going to go back in, so that's eternity, unless you told me otherwise.
But yeah, I'm a gamer, mostly just video games, but I also GM my own tabletop game of Pathfinder First Edition. And Jaeger is the expert. And one of the cool things about the expert is that they have a haven. Mine is a subway station that's like old and abandoned, and I sort of reappropriated it for monster hunting.
I think we referenced the Ninja Turtles 2 hideout when we were talking about it.
We still haven't gotten a definitive name for it yet, but in the
Get
game,
it called the Turtle Lair.
yeah, in the game we haven't fully established everything in it, so
yeah, it's being built out.
I like just sort of slowly building on it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of fun.
It also is literally what happens in the mechanics of the game. Like, as you get, what are they called? Improvements or whatever, you can literally add to your haven as part of your playbook, kind of like when you level up. And so it's also, mechanical that it works that way as well. Cool. And finally, he's been a caravan trader who rebuilt a cultural identity by providing them with a home, a briefly lived shotgun-wielding former pirate that he never got to play, and a holy man that killed his brother. Another old friend, Hemdall. Go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and a little bit about your character.
Hello, I'm Hemdall. Been playing role-playing games in some form or another off and on since I was 9 years old. And I'm playing Michael Ward. He's a vagabond with a bit of a wild side in the form of a monstrous playbook.
Yep, it's pretty awesome. We had that reveal in episode 1 of what his playbook was, so it's cool that you can all openly talk about what the playbooks are here by the time we get to episode 3. But now that you guys have a idea of who our players and who our characters are, let's go ahead and get in this week's episode of Hunt. Episode 3, Unwanted, Part 2.
The legends are real. Most live comfortably behind the veil. For some, the veil is pierced, and the truth of this world is discovered. Usually that discovery is swiftly followed by a painful death. There are a few, though, with enough luck, wits, determination, or pain that they manage to survive. Faced with the grim truth of this world, some of those that have pierced the veil and lived have chosen to fight back, leading strange lives on the edge of darkness, choosing to stare down the truth of this world and not flinch. This is their calling. This is the hunt.
All right, we're back. So, bloop, there we go. When last we saw the hunters, the audio stopped. Why did it stop? Oh, I just had the thing turned down. It should. There we go. When last we saw the hunters, they were in the middle of some action, as it were. First, though, being reminded of murders along his road every 10 years by a calendar reminder he set up himself, being the conspiracy theorist and hacker type that he is, Lester began to gather the crew. Investigations were started, and a sad story revealed itself of children being murdered by their parents in 1962 as part of cult killings in the area. The child's spirit was revealed to the hunters through investigation, but you didn't exactly figure out too many of the specifics yet about what kind of spirit you were dealing with. However, the hunters had managed to determine a few of the couples being targeted by this spirit, and they split up in order to find them as quickly as possible and potentially protect them, which was good that they did, and good that they used one of their, I believe it was, actually I forget which one of you it was it the connection or was it the portent that was used to essentially cut the ghost off at the pass, as it were. I think it was Lester's thing, wasn't it? And you were to know like where the next attack was going to happen or something like that. Was
Yes.
one of you used one of your abilities.
I
Anyway,
asked that, yeah.
right. So because of that, you were able to figure out when it was going to happen, and not knowing which couple though, you split up and went to the two different couples and actually managed to, as I said, cut the ghost off of the pass, as it were, determining, as I said, the few couples that were currently being targeted by the spirit. You split up in order to find them as quickly as possible and protect them just in time to save one from the spirit's misguided, murderous clutches. And that is where we'll pick up. One couple lay dead already, 2 more in the crosshairs. Can the hunters protect them and release the spirit from Earth so that the killings don't continue in another 10 years? Let's find out. So, this attack has just occurred right in the middle of the street. Jaeger, you ripped open your juju bag to be able to essentially attack this ghost and scatter it, which it worked, and you saved Molly in this instance. She came to her wits, was no longer under the mental control of the ghost. The ghost itself, this child spirit, looks like a little girl in a pretty simple white dress, kind of a little bit archaic, but not like super archaic. It's a dress from the 60s, and she was essentially riding on the back of this woman like a hunchback. Her hands, her ghostly hands, disappeared into the mind of the woman, wrist deep, black tendrils streaking from the woman's eyes as the ghost had control of her. The spirit's face, black eyes, tears of black flowing from the cheeks, and this open, aghast kind of black maw that just seems inhuman. The hair kind of in a perpetual state of ethereal movement against the wind. It has just been scattered like dust as your juju bag is now destroyed. What do you do?
Good shot, Jaeger.
Thank you. Madam, are you alright?
Hey, thanks for the sub there, Shatterstrike. So she stumbles forward a bit. As you can see, and her husband, Raymond, has rushed out to her. She's not talking at the moment. She's kind of wiping these black tears from her face. She looks up and her eyes are now clear. And she doesn't respond to you at all, Jaeger. She does, however, turn to her husband, Raymond, who kind of is holding her. Molly. She coughs a bit of ectoplasm from the mouth splattering on the ground, and then a moment later vomits black ectoplasm filling the gutter here. Raymond takes a step back and then kind of like pulls her hair back, pats her on the back, and then looks up at you. What the fuck is happening? He says to you, Jaeger.
Possession.
What? Who is that? Molly, are you all right? And then eventually she gets her wits about her enough to talk. And she looks up, not at you, Jaeger, but at her husband. And she says, I saw her. She's real. And I think I understand why she's mad. And with that, we will cut to the northern group. But nope. Why? So those of you in the north, just want to get this out of the way so we know what's going on, are Michael, Gideon, and Jane, right? Who headed to the other couple's place. You have just pulled up outside of this residence, and unlike the other group, there was no immediate action happening or anything like that. There's no like person when they pulled up. Literally, the woman was running out of the door of the house, etc. But for you. You pull up, park in front of the house, and look to the right up this, kind of a pretty wide, beautiful painted blue porch, cement steps that lead up to it. The house is lit, as in like the lights are on inside, and you even see like movement past the windows. Yeah, not lit as in like that's a lit house, but like, yeah, they can see people moving past the windows and stuff inside. Just normal everyday kind of, oh yeah, there's definitely a couple of people in there maybe watching TV at the end of their day or whatever. But you do notice, and I will say this without having to make any rolls, as you kind of pull up and are just like watching there for a few moments, eventually your breath appears on the air. It's getting colder. Even here inside the vehicle.
Getting a lot chillier all of a sudden. You guys feel that?
That's not a
Careful.
good sign.
Something's happening. Be watchful.
I wonder how the other group's doing.
Quick,
Think they're doing
pull
all right?
over.
Yeah.
This is
Well,
the
it looks like
birds.
there's people here, it looks like.
Yes. Park here.
Yeah, it looks like I'm smoking a cigarette. That's crazy. I'll Gideon will pull over. I'll pull the van up into a spot that I see pretty adjacent to the house where we
Okay,
can
it's
still get a
not
pretty good view.
like hard to find parking here. You can park anywhere along the street. It's just a pretty simple neighborhood. There's not it's not like a downtown area or anything like that at all. This is almost a suburban neighborhood on the edge of Hushwood. The houses here are not as low income of a neighborhood or whatever as the southern neighborhoods. Are a little bit bigger here, but they are in general kind of the same style that you would see in a lot of this side of Hushwood. So everything sort of looks more like it would belong on the East Coast, or maybe even in Europe, with the way like the roofs are built, and some of the houses are like pushed together and things like that. If you were playing GeoGuessr in the future, when GeoGuessr exists, and you plop down in the middle of Hushwood, you'd probably be pretty confused. It's kind of like that Bavarian town in Washington, where it's like, I'm in Germany. Oh no, wait, this is just Washington. But
Pretty nice house.
yeah, the neighborhood is nice. But yeah, you find parking.
Come on,
Miss Meyer,
Let's see if we
Do
can
you
make
think-
some friends.
do you think that maybe all three of us is a lot of people to be running up on a house? Maybe just like maybe Mr. Ward can stay with the van.
Suit
Just a
yourselves.
I just don't want to spook them is all.
What's
What
wrong
is
with me?
Michael? What's Michael wearing right now? What do you look like right now?
He's got an oversized flannel jacket and a pretty loose-fitting cargo pants, and then just a plain t-shirt.
I mean, if you don't think it's a problem, Miss Meyer, we could all three go knocking.
You're right. Three is a handful, but let's see. Hopefully they're nice people. It shouldn't be a problem.
All right.
I'll hop out.
So,
Okay.
what are we really here? What are we gonna ask here? What's the big questions? These people have seen
It's a great,
our ghosts.
great question. I was hoping just to go with the flow.
Yeah, it's a pretty
I'll
good
follow
idea, I
your lead.
guess. You know, I've been thinking though about that whole cult business, and I was wondering. Someone was saying something about someone might have escaped that fire,
Yeah.
and I just been thinking about that in relation to our ghosts here, and something that Mr. Toten told me a while ago about ghosts is one of the things you could look for is maybe they haven't finished something here. We could help them with that. I
I
don't
think
know.
that would be my goal as well if we can figure out what that is.
Yeah.
Other
It's a long
methods
shot.
are much more permanent. Not to my liking.
Right. I think I know what you're talking about. Mr. Toten told me about that too. I know a little bit. But I guess, yeah, we could just ask these nice people what they know about it, what they've seen, I guess.
Yeah, let's feel them out, see what happens.
Is it still cold? Do we still see our breath?
Seems to be getting colder as you step out of the
what's around
van and
the,
start approaching the house.
What's around the front door?
What's around the front door? Like
Yeah, like what kind of porch
physically
is
on it. So the porch itself is made of cement painted blue. These steps lead up to it. There's 5 steps, so it's about like your chest height when you're standing on the sidewalk out front of it. The porch is I forget what it's called, but it's one of the porches that wraps around the house like in a U shape, so it's on the 2 sides of the house as well as the front, but not the back. The front porch itself is, like I said, it's cement, kind of like raised up, so it's almost like a patio area. There's lawn chairs on it, one of those fiber rugs that can get like rain on, an outdoor rug. There's a right in front of the door, which is a gray wood with a kind of a I forget what that's called. Also, it's a octagonal window that you can't really see through very well. It's sort of like more what's that shit? The rippled glass or whatever. It's like rippled glass that it's hard to look through, but it's in an octagonal shape on the front of this gray wooden door with 4 inset panels on it. In front of that is a storm door of just pure, simple see-through glass, and then you have sorry, what was that? Were you talking? Well, you didn't come through if you did. Anyway, so above that are 2 lights on either side above the that stick out of the wall and curl up. They sort of look like old like sconces, but there's just like a regular light bulb covered by frosted glass inside, and then the doorknob itself is like black.
I'll just hang back a little bit more as those 2 get.
The lights are
closer
on,
to the
by the
door.
way. The porch lights are on. As I said, the lights inside the house are on. The curtains are drawn and blinds closed and stuff because it's nighttime or whatever. But the lights are on inside the house. You can see there's some movement in there. As you get closer to the house, you can hear television. It's like the clear sounds of like some kind of television series or movie being played, like maybe like just raised voices and cars and stuff like that driving on what's obviously as internal speakers. Not too loud, but you can hear it kind of in the background as you approach the house. The house itself is well maintained. The lawn perfectly mowed and edged along the sidewalk and everything, so it's very well maintained.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been to this neighborhood.
Be confident we can fit in anywhere.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried.
I will stroll up to the door.
I meet all kinds of nice folks in this town already.
I'll
stroll up to the door?
I'm gonna
I'll walk up
crouch
with her.
down quickly and produce a bit of salt and kind of spread it along the door jam.
Regular salt, or is this
Well, no,
consecrated?
salt.
Okay.
Yeah. Wizard salt.
What exactly is that for again, Miss Mark?
Shh. And I'll
Alright.
very gently knock on the door.
I'll let you do the talking.
Okay.
I'll have my Book of Mormon in my hands with some pamphlets.
Go ahead and... All right, that's cool. I'll say because you're doing the salt thing and you're being particularly careful here, Jane, go ahead and give me a... It sounds like you're in a loose way sort of reading a bad situation as you knock on the door and try to call them to you, or you're predicting a bad situation, I should say. I think that's probably the move that fits this best. So go ahead and read a bad situation. It's basically your perception check if you're doing something that kind of warrants it. That worked, right? I
Oh
think
shit. Pretty good success.
it worked. Cool.
I'll never level up like that.
All these good rolls. What a shame.
Oh no. Poor Jane.
I know.
I need a dump stab.
That's funny. Okay. So on a 13 for read a bad situation, that's an advanced success. So you may ask the keeper any question you want about the situation, not just the listed ones. Oh, that's only on like if you have the advanced thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
like
hold
the
3.
upgrade.
Yeah. So you hold. So it's just
Okay.
hold 3.
Well, are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
Sorry, I'm scrolling the thing over so I can see it. All right. Are there any dangers you haven't noticed? So specifically within the context of this role, this is only going to involve the situation you're currently in at this house. Just so you know, right? I'm not going to be like, there's nothing to do with outside of this particular setup.
Sure.
Well, that means that there's definitely dangers outside.
So it doesn't mean inside the house. It just means like in and around it. But like, are there dangers you haven't noticed? You've sort of noticed the cold, which suggests that the spirit is manifesting. You have not noticed the spirit, but that means that yes, the spirit is probably manifesting here now, trying to manifest here now to either keep an eye on the couple or to make a move.
What's the best way to protect the victims?
Good question. Good fucking
You would know the best way to protect people from a spirit is to put them in a space that the spirit cannot get to. So they would need to be in a circle of consecrated salt.
Or a lead box.
Or a lead
No air
box.
holes.
Not literally a lead box. It would have to be a cold iron. It could be a cold iron circle, as long as it's on consecrated ground, or it could be a temporarily, though it won't last forever. A circle of consecrated salt will work. Or there are certain spells and wards that can be put down in a place to make a place essentially spirit proof. It's not that they can't enter it, it's that it doesn't exist for them. So it's like they pass by it, if that makes sense. but you don't have anything like that. But those would be the best ways to protect them. And you have one more because it was hold 3.
What's my best way in?
Probably just knocking on the door. They don't seem to be at. They don't seem to be at any kind of alarm.
Son of a bitch.
The front door that you're currently standing in front of.
Wow. Worth every pip.
Hey, baby.
All right. Well, I will knock on the front door as gently as I said.
Okay. You knock on the front door. You hear a male voice from within. The sound of the television pauses very briefly. 1 minute. And then we're going to cut back to the southern group. All right, what are you guys doing here right in the midst of this? You've just scattered this ghost and congratulated each other. The lady's just vomited out this ectoplasm on the ground. Her husband sort of comforting her. She's now sitting down on like the step of their little front porch kind of area, which is much, much more meager. The husband has managed to get like a blanket from within and draped it over. And he's the one that's mostly talking to you, Raymond. But what are you doing, Lester and Jaeger?
What do you mean you know what she wants?
So, she, being Molly. Let me move this over here.
Good golly.
Good golly, Miss Molly. There we go. So, she looks to her husband, kind of like, not like she's looking for permission to speak about it, but sort of like for his reaction as she starts to talk about this thing again. But he seems just concerned. He doesn't seem like he's like judging in any way. But it looks as though he like there's something there where it's like he obviously didn't believe her before about seeing this thing, but now he's just seen this all go down. I mean, he chased it out of the house. He saw it before you guys even did, right? And then you guys showed up and scattered, and he's like, "Who the fuck are you?" So part of it, his like attitude towards you is this sort of like, I don't know what's going on, but I did just see you save my wife, so there's some allowances happening here, but he has sort of been protective. You can see like he's staying around her a lot and like not letting you get too close to a degree, mostly because he's worried about her. But he sort of moves aside and lets her kind of compose herself and make eye contact with you after she's, cleaned herself up a bit here with this blanket and towel and stuff that he's brought her. He's sitting down next to her on the porch, and she looks up at you. She doesn't know your name or anything yet. But she just blinks a few times and says, "I could see anger, just they aren't where they should be. There were feelings of anger at their parents. I saw other children. I think there were 13, including them. There were 11, I believe. Parents? I don't know. It's very confusing." That's all she says. And Raymond just kind of pats her on the back and looks up to you, Lester, and says, "What the fuck was that? What's happening?"
That was a vengeful spirit.
So you're telling me ghosts are real?
Yes.
And she just kind of turns to him and says, "I told you." And he's like, "Oh, okay. Well, let's just assume for a moment that's true. I saw it too. What do we do now? I just want to keep her safe. Is it after her? Is this going to come back? Who are you?"
It's after both of you, and we need to keep you safe.
They look at each other when you say that. They look at each other when you say that, and then back to you, and then they both say at the same time again, "Who are you?"
I'm Lester. I have a
cool name.
My name is Jaeger, and we hunt these sort of monsters.
The Turtle Squad.
Roll a d6. I will say each of you. Actually, I say Jaeger. You should roll 2d6.
You're in trouble.
You're in trouble.
How do we
This is just a this is a
Oh,
weighted
okay.
thing just to determine. Yeah, you can just on the left.
Oh, I got a 6.
Nice, dude.
All right.
Hot damn.
Yeah. So I was
Instant
looking.
death.
So the reason I was making you roll those numbers is I was giving Jaeger a weighted value, and I was gonna give you a 1 in 6 chance of like, hey, we've seen you around town, Lester. And I was gonna give Jaeger, if you rolled a 6 or higher, the same, but I made him roll 2d6 because he owns a tailor shop, in the middle of like one of the most popular areas of town.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But that means that they have seen both of you around town, basically. So
We're pretty famous around
Raymond kind of. I'll say this. This probably makes the most sense for that to come up in that way. So I'll say Raymond kind of squints a little bit. Hey, wait, I've seen both of you guys out at that tailor shop. You hunt these things? At a tailor shop?
Overblown.
You're that Jaeger.
Yes.
Jaeger
that's-
Toten, right? Toten's
Oh,
tailoring?
correct.
He knows your name, dude.
It's on the sign.
The masquerade
it's,
is blown.
it's on the side.
It's literally on the
Masquerade is blown.
We're the worst.
Hey, man. that was your decision.
All right,
The
I pull
camera
out my
is not gonna
gorilla.
like this.
Strangle both of them.
You're working for a secret
Let's
society,
go.
but you got your name on the signs.
Lester brings out the, what do you call that shit? That piano wire you got?
The garrote. Yeah, garrote. Yeah.
Oh, well, gotta do it again.
Yeah,
All
oh, wow.
Here we go.
Down. They go limp on the
before
front
they go.
yard.
We
And
really gotta get that
All right,
sign
Jaeger.
fixed.
let's go. God damn it.
It's literally on this side, though. So, yeah, they know
Lester's
his
like,
fucking
free
name.
time.
If you know his
I gotta
name.
get rid of a couple more cell phones.
All right. So, yeah, he's like, you hunt these things from a tailor shop?
Well, everybody has their hobbies.
Molly just kind of like laughs a little bit, like not from like that was funny, but from like a nervous relief of like, oh my god, I almost died kind of thing, right? She's still a little bit in shock, and Raymond just looks up at you and says, "Yeah, I would do woodworking. How do we protect ourselves?"
There's a few ways.
I'm gonna guess the police aren't one.
Correct.
Oh, no. Trust me. They won't believe you.
Molly looks up at him when you say that and says, "You didn't even believe me." And he just nods his head.
Oof.
Let's see other people. Molly.
I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. Oh.
Snowman. What do you guys do? Jaeger.
Would I have brought enough salt with me to protect them?
Okay, so you didn't have any pre-mystery moves because you're the expert and you haven't taken any of those. Jane did have her thing that let her do that, but and you still have some holds on that, I believe, Jane, but that's for you where you're at, not where they're at. You do still have some holds on that, right? Isn't that correct?
Yes, yes, 2 holds left that are not
Alright.
used.
Keep in mind, Lester, you did your pre-mystery move already as well, and you had, I believe it was just hold 1. Was that right? That you used?
Yes, hold on. Which car did we drive here?
Well, they took the van south.
Yeah.
So either
I think
you
we took my car.
I think the Gremlin. Yeah, I think you drove the Gremlin.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you took the Gremlin. Sorry, what was your question, Jaeger? I got distracted by it.
Would I have brought enough salt to protect them in like a circle?
Try to see if there's a way that you can do that simply. All right. I would say that the main answer is no. You don't have the flat answer is no. You don't have enough to just protect them flat out like that. Because it's not just table salt, right? It's consecrated salt. You probably bring enough with you to like put in front of a couple windows or a door jam or two, or enough to like throw at a spirit if you have to scatter it for a moment, but probably not enough that you could fill like a full circle up, because it's, you kind of have to pile it up, right? It's not like a small amount. It's like a pound of salt or something like that or more to use for that. So I would say no, you don't have it unless you spend a luck point, in which case, yeah, you have it.
Part of my haven option is I could have a weapon, but this isn't really a weapon.
No. I said you can spend a luck point if you want to have it on you.
No, I'm not gonna spend a luck. So
Okay.
I'll just have to tell them, we can keep you safe at...
Point of order, you do have a boon. I will allow you to spend that boon if you want to have that as well. The boon of fate. You and Lester both have those right now.
We could keep you safe at my tailoring shop.
And they just kind of look at each other. Okay, can we get a few things first, maybe?
Yes.
We must be quick.
All right. They just both nod, and they lead you into the house with them.
I'll turn back to Lester. Pull the car up.
Okay, so you follow them inside, Jaeger?
And yeah, I'll follow them in.
Okay. So they pass into the house. It's pretty nicely maintained. It's small, but it's pretty nicely maintained. They grab a couple of books. One of them is a journal that you can see that the wife picks up, Molly, and a couple writing implements. Raymond goes to the fridge and pulls out a 6-pack of beer and what looks to be like a lunchbox that was packed for him to go take to work the next day. And he just opens that up and he puts a couple like little bags of chips and like little Debbie cakes and stuff like that in the lunchbox. Like it was already packed with sandwiches and stuff, but like he puts more in there, clamps it down, grabs a banana, reopens it, throws that inside, closes it, takes it back over to Molly. That grabs a couple blankets, a couple pillows, and each of them grab basically a little quick overnight bag with like a change of clothes and like toothbrush and stuff in it. It takes them about 15 minutes to slab all this stuff together. Okay, I guess we're ready. This is a weird night. And by that time, you step out of the door and the gremlin in its half-rusted green glory sits there sputtering out in front of the house. And yeah, they'll follow you into the gremlin if that's where you're going.
All right.
Yeah, I guess so.
The gremlin is his car. It's not a real gremlin, by the way. Just in case, the gremlin is a type of car that he drives.
What seats does that have?
4, I think.
It's got 4.
It's just a little hatchback.
Yeah, back seats aren't big.
Pretty much like
Yeah.
it's very similar to the car that I drove
I got it
in
right
high
here.
school, if you remember.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, he's got a picture of it.
Yeah, there it is.
See, it's
Can't see it all because
maybe
it's like.
there's only 2. They're in the trunk. They're in the hatch.
Can you make the image smaller and put it like in the center of your screen a little bit more?
The trunk.
Oh, because it's going off the side.
Right, because it's cropped. There you go. There's the gremlin. Oh yeah, it is 2-seater, isn't it? So yeah, they're in the
Does
hatch
look
part.
like it.
They are in the hatch part. I think there are 4-seater versions of it, but yeah, this is the one you said you had, so you have a 2-seater. But that's fine. I drove a hatchback in high school. You could fit a couple people back there, not legally. But you're not going far.
Well,
So you're just going to Jaeger's.
if you want to live, you'll crawl in the hatch.
So when they'll see the car parked out. I would say this. They're a little bit concerned and everything, obviously. They're freaked out. And there's sort of this pause where they step out front and the gremlin's there. And Raymond turns, he goes, we have a car. I could just follow you. If you want. I mean, or one of you could drive with me.
We should probably stay together.
You want to take my car because it has 4 seats?
This one's
Just like a Ford
protected
Escort.
against radio waves. This is. We need to ride in the gremlin. The big G.
I'll ride with them. We'll meet you there.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna grab
sort of
a
talking to Lester.
phone. I'll be like, fine. I'll go grab a phone out of the hatch and call Jane or call Jinx and let her know that we're heading back to the tailor shop.
We'll go ahead and have the conversation. Jane, your phone
So,
rings.
Ring, ding-a-ling-ling.
Yes, hello.
Hey Jinx, we're over here. We saved the day. We're taking the couple back to the tailor shop. So
Is everything's okay?
we're good. Yeah. So we got a little bit of information. How's it going up there?
We've just arrived. We just knocked on the door now, so gotta go. Good travels.
All right, and bring him back to the tailor shop might be a good idea. So
Yes,
that's
good
where we're
suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
I would say about that time the door like opens up, with the gentleman who had said 1 minute, on the other side of the door and turned off the television for you, Jane, and we'll switch to the North
hold on.
group again. Oh, go ahead.
I throw my phone on the ground
Okay.
and step on it, break it, and then drive off to the tailor shop.
Okay.
I'll follow.
Behind Jaeger and.
Yep.
So I will say Raymond's probably driving their car, which is a Ford Escort. So it's not like a nice car or anything like that, but it's like a not the hatchback
So it's a
version of Ford
worse
Escort,
car
just a
than the
regular.
big G.
It's a 4-door Ford Escort that has enough seats for everybody, and maybe a growing family kind of thing. But they hop in the car. Jaeger, you hop in there with them. Again, it's pretty well maintained. It's probably a either they've had this car for a while or they bought it used. It's early 90s, maybe a 92 or 93 Ford Escort. And yeah, they either I'm going to assume the gremlin is following behind them and you're kind of telling them where to go, Jaeger. You're kind of like, all right, turn here or whatever. Or what? What's the order here? I just want to know, just visually, for like when we have our little scene for the camera to peel off. Which car is in front? Jaeger, which car is in front?
Lester would probably be leading, and dude would be following, and I'm in their car, of course.
Okay, well that's between you two. Is that what you want to do?
Sure.
Okay, so yeah, the gremlin leads off. The escort follows behind, Jaeger helping to direct, and then we switch to the northern group. Door opens wide. A tall gentleman opens the door. He's about 6'6". A beard much like my own, but a fair bit longer, about down to here. It's kind of like I said, much like my own. What I mean is it's got like gray in it, but it's you would say he's probably in his early 30s, doing a little bit of premature graying. He's got this flannel shirt on, not the exact same flannel shirt you saw in the news broadcast, but it's a different one. This time it's like a green flannel, but yeah, green plaid, I should say, but the material is flannel. But it's not tucked in or anything to his jeans, which he's wearing. You can see beneath the open unbuttoned shirt, he's got a black t-shirt on. His hair is actually pretty long, but it's pulled back into like a ponytail, and the door opens wide. As I said, he's about 6'6". He's a big dude, and kind of looks down. And in the background of the house, you can see that it's like a big open floor plan with a pretty large living room, a big screen, like an old school big screen TV, the projection type. You know what I'm talking about. Sits on the back wall with an early surround sounds satellite speaker system on the big posts that sit around it, with a couch. It looks like, and currently paused is a DVD of Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back. So it's currently paused on the screen, and a lady is looking up over her shoulder from the couch at the door as well. You might assume this is Addison. The door now open. You can see within the lights are kind of low, but like not like dark. It's just like they dim the lights for watching a movie and stuff. There's a bowl of popcorn sitting on the coffee table in front of who you would assume to be Addison. She is just to describe them all in a little bit more detail. The guy in front of you, who you might assume to be Christopher, tall, flannel shirt, thick beard, slightly graying, long hair tied back, very handsome gentleman. He's also got what looks to be like a pair of reading glasses, but they're not on his face. They're like in his hand, like he's had them, like he's holding them as he got up. Then the lady on the couch, she's black. She's very athletic looking. She's wearing a Ramones t-shirt, a black Ramones t-shirt that you can see. Pretty, and whether you know who the Ramones are or not, I guess is up to you. I'm sure you know who the Ramones are, but for your characters. Yeah, she just looks over her shoulder. She's got long, straightened hair down to about her shoulders, and is currently got a mouthful of popcorn. And she just says, "Who is it?" as she's looking up over her shoulder at her husband. "Hold on, hon. Hi, Christopher. How can I help you?" And she looks down at Jane. And then I guess over at Gideon.
I love that movie.
You're there, Michael. You're there. So where are you all positioned? Just give me a layout on the front porch here. How you're standing, because Michael said he was staying back from the porch. So Gideon, you're walking right up to the door with Jane.
I assume I'm at the front door. Gideon's at my side,
Next
and
to her, yeah.
and Michael's like at the foot of the
Yeah,
stairs,
I'm
like
far
below
back
the
enough
stairs.
that it's like obvious I'm part of the group, but just kind of looking around.
Okay. So yeah, with the I'm gonna make a roll thing here.
I can see the TV from the door.
Yeah, you can see that there's The Empire Strikes Back is paused there. You're in your full proselytizing accoutrement, Gideon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm wearing my normal attire, but I have my book out with a couple pamphlets, probably easily seen.
So Michael, you're standing back and you're just wearing a flannel shirt and stuff, right?
Right.
And Jane, you're in full witch mode with your little hat and everything.
Yeah, I got a little dress, a little hat on.
Okay.
Nice. I straightened it as I got out of the car.
All right. So this guy will look a little bit confused. He's already introduced himself as Christopher.
During this time, I'm considering him carefully. Does he look tired? Like, does he look, is he lost? Is he like not sleeping due to being haunted, essentially?
Yeah. I was just checking the move reference thing. I would say from your perspective, standing here he has like bags under his eyes a little bit, but his wife doesn't look tired at all. She looks completely chipper. He looks a bit like worn down.
Oh, Christopher, you poor thing.
I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage, ma'am. And he looks over at Gideon and says, "Oh, I see. No, we're not. We're not interested."
No, so my
Elder
name's
Smoot, sir.
My
Sorry,
name's
no,
Jane.
We've already got a church.
I
My
really
name's-
love Star Wars, actually.
Thanks.
You
He
watch
starts
Star
like
Wars
he
in
starts
there?
like closing the door slowly. But like,
I'm not
trying to
here
be
from the
polite.
church. It's not church
Oh.
business.
Sorry, just a moment of your time.
I think you're gonna have to roll to manipulate somebody because he. I don't care which of you does it, because you're both kind of doing the right thing to do that. But one of you should manipulate someone, and I'll allow the other one to roll a help out if you want.
I'll help if you want to roll the
Yeah, sounds good.
inland.
I feel like you're more hurting
Alright.
than helping, but all out.
What? No way.
Well, he set up the situation that hurt, but then now he's trying to help relieve it. So that's just gonna be the reality of going door to door with this guy.
Can't wait. No, please unslam the door.
Are you guys rolling?
He should roll first.
I should.
Yep, help out.
Yeah, you have to. Then it decides if you give me a bonus or not.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
Yeah, on a. Okay.
All right, so I get a +1, but you are exposed to danger.
To danger or trouble. Okay,
Oh.
that's fine. So I'm going to bank that for a hard move later. Okay.
Nice.
We did it.
Just one moment. I'm so sorry for the.
So
for
on
the
11,
confusion.
they'll
For the
do it for
Mormons.
the reason you give them. If you ask too much, they'll tell you the minimum it would take for them to do it. All you wanted is a moment of your time, so I don't think that's too much. She'll just open the door, and yeah, you're fine.
My name's Jane Meyer. My zealous friend here is Gideon, and oh, that over there, that's Michael.
Hi.
You
What an absent-minded.
He yawns. Say what?
look. We are
Oh,
we're
you
just
asked him when
neighbors.
we have over here. Sorry.
We're just neighbors that know something of your situation, and could we
My
Could we
situation?
possibly? We saw the news.
Honey, who
we
are
saw the
they?
news. We saw the newscast this morning about maybe a sightings that you may have had, that your family may be experiencing.
His face becomes much more dour when you.
We're
That was supposed to be
we're
anonymous.
friends, and we're concerned.
We're just here to help, sir.
Honey, is
Could
something
be.
wrong? You hear the wife say, and she's like standing up now and putting the popcorn down and like walking over, not like in a approaching in a militant kind of way, but she's like genuinely curious and concerned, especially after seeing the look on her husband's face now. And yeah, she approaches by the door. She's still kind of standing to his side. What do you know exactly?
I would hate to impose, but could we possibly come in for a bit of tea, perhaps? I would love to just talk to you about your experience. It's okay.
Since you already rolled to manipulate somebody, I think that they'll let you in. Yeah.
It's okay,
So,
Christopher.
Just hot water for me, please.
yeah, yeah, we could, sure. We were just watching a movie. You guys want some popcorn?
Well, that's very kind.
I'd love
Nothing
some.
for me.
So yeah, he'll bring you three in. There's
Is
a
this
bit of
Empire?
there's a bit of a so she will turn to you, Addison. Yeah, best one, she says, with a smile on her face.
You're darn right.
Addison,
Chris-
very nice to meet you. I'm Jane.
Nice to meet you.
Michael will actually
you
hang
guys-
outside of the house.
Okay. So they let you in. They close the door, Michael. So you're just outside. It is cold. Remember, you're not like, but it's like getting cold, like it unnaturally cold. As you step into the house, it's not quite as cold, but you do feel that. The door closes. They sit you down on the couch there in front of the TV. Addison and Gideon talking about Empire Strikes Back a little bit. Christopher brings over a I guess would be like he probably some. I don't think he would actually have tea. He would probably just bring like a couple sodas and like waters and juice and stuff if people want it, like maybe some juice boxes, that type of thing.
I'll take a juice box.
And sits it down for anybody that wants it. This is a bit of a strange house call, I guess, but
Yes, forgive that, please.
well, I can't say that we've had anybody come to the house and ask about it yet. We've tried to stay anonymous,
And that's
I
why we're
reported
here.
it to the TV station. You understand, not the police originally, but they said that I needed to talk to the sheriff, which we did, just in case there was a child, missing out there. What exactly were you looking to find out? You missing a kid? He kind of gets a more dour look.
No, nothing like that. We just
Well, sure as shit, I saw her out there. Now I don't know exactly what Addison saw, but she says she didn't see him at all. Addison just kind of shrugs.
I'll put my hand on his chest. We believe you. We're friends in this.
Yeah, why wouldn't you believe me? It's just a
I
little
would
girl
love for you to tell.
lost
I would love
out
to
there.
tell you. I would love to hear the whole story.
Lost?
Sure, we were riding up the road, and I was driving the car. I look off to the left side of the road. I see what I think is a deer about to run out of the woods. So I slow down. I don't want to head it. It's a big problem sometimes driving through that part of Hushwood. So I slow way down, and this little girl runs right out in front of the road. So I stopped the car immediately. I was afraid I was going to hit her at first. Addison didn't see her though, but she was at the time. She was looking down at her new phone, and I look up and she wasn't there. So I stopped the car. I got out. I looked for her everywhere. Didn't see her. Got back in and drove away. I felt bad about that, so I called. At first I tried to report it to the police. They said that there were no children reported missing, so I called the TV station to see if they could coordinate anything with the local news, and then they got in touch with the police, who then came to me for a statement. Eventually, I guess they pressured them, but yeah, that was it. I swear
That's very
I saw
noble
the
of
same
you.
girl. I swear I saw the same girl just this morning too, but yeah.
Wait,
Just
and where
guilt.
did you see her again?
In the front yard, but it couldn't have been.
Was she looking at you?
I mean, it looked like she was looking at the house, but I'm gonna assume it was one of the neighborhood kids. Probably looks a little similar.
Did she look
Please.
mad?
While they're talking
He
about
shrugs
this,
that.
I'm gonna be. I will make sure nobody's around, or I'll be in a slightly darker spot on the porch, and partially shift so I can use supernatural senses to stay on alert for
Okay.
any ghostly presence.
And that lets you do like read a bad situation and stuff, right? Like with a different stat or something. There's an actual rule for what that does.
That would help with investigate a mystery. But
Investigate a mystery. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, well, you're looking around. I think that makes sense. So you're looking around the house trying to see if any ghostly presence is about, using your superhuman ability essentially as a monstrous. So yeah, go ahead and investigate a mystery. And I think that this would be... I think this would be regular investigative mystery. 8. And from what I understand, when you're doing it with your monstrous ability, that lets you use your weird instead of your sharp, right?
I think it's just a +1.
Is it? Okay. I thought it was your weird instead.
Yeah, it's just a +1 forward.
Okay. Did you apply that already or not?
I did.
Okay. Cool. So that's a mixed success then. On an 8, which means you get on a 7 or 9, hold 1. So you can ask one of those questions.
Wondering where did it go? I guess that would kind of be like, is it more of a... Is
Sure.
it
I mean, these are like a
or
little bit
where is it
open-ended.
here?
It's just
Yeah.
not like a hyper-specific. I would say because of your werewolf abilities, basically, you're able to kind of smell the change in the air. The change that everybody sees with their breath, you feel and see as well. And the getting colder. You can tell that it's getting a little bit colder and a little bit colder very slowly. You start to kind of follow your nose, so to speak. There's this weird, very distant smell. You're not 100% sure what it is at first, and then it starts to... Ooh, it freaked me out. Lester just moved. Matt, I'll just move Lester picture over.
I see him. A haunted
That's good.
fucking...
That's great.
The eyes follow you. That's funny. Okay, anyway, so you smell what smells like freshly dug earth, right? It's a strong kind of scent, and then it almost smells like mulchy, right, to a degree. There's also a tinge of ozone, the smell of ozone mixed in with that, and it leads you around through the narrow gap between the two houses into the backyard, which is a small postage stamp of the backyard. As you step into the backyard, Michael, your breath is just... It's frigid back here, all of a sudden. You are looking around for where the spirit might be, because it's clearly trying to manifest nearby, but you're not 100% sure exactly where. It's definitely somewhere back here, though. Either in the yard or in the back of the house or something like that, or maybe in the little not outhouse,
Like a tool shed.
tool shed. Thank you. Yeah. And
I guess I'll stay
it's
in
like a
guard
little
near the
gray
back
tool
door
shed,
then.
basically one of those Lear ones. You know what I'm talking about? That's prefab. You bring and you put down in a spot, and yeah, they have one of those in the small backyard. Inside of which you don't know there's a little padlock on it.
Yeah, I'll just try and keep as aware as I can as any shift or change.
Okay. Because of your success on that, I'm gonna let you hold on to a +1 forward for reacting to the spirit. Okay. So for the rest of the scene, you have a +1 for reacting to the spirit. All right, moving back inside.
Christopher, I asked you to trust us, and you've done that, and thank you. Now I'm gonna ask you to trust yourself. I need to hear if you have any intuition or feelings about this girl? Has anything else out of the ordinary happened? Just trust yourself.
Well, we've been trying to have a kid ourselves. I've been thinking about her a lot recently. I was just real concerned when I saw her, I was afraid maybe she was lost, or there's not a lot of houses out there, So I thought maybe she'd ran out of the woods from one of the campsites out there or something, but it was been closed for a long time. Usually there are no campers out there this time of year anyway. I'm not those were my concerns. When I saw her the second time, or what I thought was her, it did give me a bit of a fright for some reason. Felt kind of sad. There was this sort of
Afraid.
oh, I'm sure it's nothing, but made me think of my own dad. Actually, we never really got along too well, but towards the end of his life, well, this is a bit weird to tell somebody, but especially just met you about when my dad was dying. He brought me into the hospital, and he apologized for how he raised me, and I don't know, for some reason that's all I could think of when I saw that girl.
Listen, I'm something of a local historian, and you may have heard that back in the 60s there was some cult out here not so far away that had some terrible.
You look surprised
met
by
some
that.
terrible fates.
That's awful. I didn't realize Hushwood had a cult activity here. Is that like a Waco thing?
I hate to.
That's the most recent thing.
Hate to frighten you, and I'll glance at Addison. It was a group of parents that somehow lost their way and ended up killing all their children, and
That's awful.
it is
Terrible
awful.
tragedy.
You said this was in the 60s?
Yes.
What does that have to do with me? We just moved here in the what was it? 96, I think, is when we first moved in. Is that right? Addison's like, yeah, January 96.
There's stories in this area, rumors that every so often, maybe every decade, there are things happen to people around here, just like they've been happening to you. People seeing kids alongside the road. I'm not telling you for this for any particular
He
reason. I
scrunches
just want you
his
to.
brow up at that. He seems like confused about what you're getting at now.
I just want you to.
Are a lot of missing children in Hushwood or
Well,
something?
the children aren't missing, and unfortunately, they've been laid to rest. But there are, for lack of a better word, ghost stories coming from the nearby roads.
He kind of smiles at that.
Do
and then
you
laughs
believe
a
in
little.
ghosts,
Laughs a little bit.
Christopher?
I can't say that I do. I mean, I've seen some weird stuff, but
That's
Yeah.
all.
I don't know. Probably no. I don't think so.
I'm just asking you to share your weird thoughts with me. This just for right now.
About that time, you can see your breath begins to crystallize. Oh, it's getting cold in here. Addison stands up and walks over to the thermostat, and you can see she's trying to adjust it.
As it
The heat's on.
Miss Meyer, this doesn't look good.
I don't mean to alarm you, but
So you're saying there's ghosts?
we may be in danger.
Hushwood? Oh, okay.
I'm just all over.
I'm just
really.
relaying.
Well,
I'm just relaying the stories. People have made many claims of that, and somewhat reliable witnesses, including yourselves.
So you're trying to get a
perhaps.
statement to see if I saw a ghost, is what you're...
I'm just trying to level with you, friend to friend, about
I
what
think
might be
she's
going
just
on
opening
here.
the door for honesty. She's just, in her own way, just trying to let you know that it's okay to be honest with us.
I am being honest with you.
Oh, we don't think you're lying, but anything you saw that might help out in figuring out what's been going on might be kind of useful.
Well, I already told you everything I've seen.
Okay, we believe.
Do the two of you go to church by any chance?
We're, I guess you might call us more secular.
Sure.
Well, there's a lot of things in this world that, let's just say,
And he'll as you're talking about the church thing, right? He'll say, "I was raised in a church, but we just don't really go every Sunday or anything like that. You know, it's not something we think about a whole lot."
Sure.
we all stray every now and then.
He just kind of shrugs at that. But knowing that you're like, I mean, he can tell you're this Mormon proselytizer guy, but you're like off duty, so he's accepted that, so he's just sort of like, all right.
Oh, I'm never off duty.
Well, he thinks you are because you're not trying to sell him right now. But yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna be straight with you. I fear that I'm certain when you say you saw this child in your yard, it was the same as the child you saw before. I can almost assure you of that. And I'm afraid that you may see that child again.
All right. On that note, second. I gotta go to my keeper moves. Sorry.
Ooh, keeper moves.
Keep a move.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
All right. I'll be using a keeper move and a monster move. So
Wait,
and one of them.
allowed?
Yep, and one of them has already been set up as a hard move. So right when you say that, he gets this kind of look of doubt on his face, like, okay. But then immediately that look of doubt, as he turns his face over to you, Gideon, and kind of shrugs about the church thing, you know. That look of doubt still on his face, and he kind of like shifts into like a horrified stare for a brief, like just like a split second, and you hear Addison scream as the child spirit appears directly behind you, Gideon. And reaches out its strange, now growing fingernails, it almost looks like, from its hands. It tries to latch onto you for a brief moment. Hold on, let me change.
What's
the
going
music.
on?
1 second.
What's everyone screaming at me like that for?
Turn around, you hayseed.
All right. So you exposed yourself to danger earlier. This is a hard move I get to immediately make on you, Gideon, without setting up a soft move. The spirit appears directly behind you, slashes out with these ethereal claws, pushing you to the side. You fly across the living room, first tripping over the couch and then slam into the wall, taking 2 harm as a result. Armor would negate, so if you have armor, that counts.
Me?
It's faith.
Yes,
Is
anybody.
armor, right?
The armor
I
of
don't
God.
have armor.
For that particular
Yeah,
attack,
this is-
armor counts.
I take 2 harm.
Okay, then seeing this now,
Oh, God, what the
Christopher
hell was
stumbles
that?
backwards, kind of. Addison screams, and the child spirit walks, not runs, but slowly walks. Except she moves in little flickers, extremely quickly, while in this slow gait, peering directly in front of Christopher. She reaches out and reaches into his mind with both hands, or begins to. What do you do?
She got past the salt.
Did I hear that?
You only salted one door. Around back, and you do, Michael, and you have a +1 to react. So now that we're in combat, I'm trying to pull up my little combat flowchart thing that I had before. What did I do with it?
Through me?
Yeah, you got thrown across the room with 2 harm.
Did I like smash a clock or something, or like do they have like
Smashed
a big
into the
ol'-
wall, probably against their
Okay.
mantle where their fireplace is at.
Oh, ow. Oh, Miss Meyer, I think the ghost is here.
All right, so I've made my move. If you remember, that was a hard move that dictated by all the stuff. So now I've set up the thing. Now he's making a soft move as the spirit, or she's making a soft move as she steps towards Christopher. I'm asking you guys what you do. I think the ones that are best in position to react are Jane and Michael, because Michael already has that +1 forward to react. So I will say, Michael, because of your +1 forward, I'll allow you to just basically bust through the back door and be in the situation, like immediately, so you can go before Jane in this act, just because you set yourself up to do so. Does that make sense?
That's exactly what I planned to
Okay.
do.
Okay.
Slam through the back door.
Okay. So yeah,
yelling,
Oh,
no problem.
yeah.
There's no roll for that. You can go straight Kool-Aid, man, and crash through the door. Are you fully transforming, or
As soon
or
as
what?
I smash through the door, I want to be human.
Okay, that's fine. So the door
Attaboy.
cracks. We see splinters of wood painted white fly across the kitchen interior as a booted foot of Michael steps into the kitchen, tracking mud from the backyard. His gait long
the salt.
towards the spirit. You have I'm not counting you busting through the door as I'm eating your +1 forward from that, but I'm not counting that as your move for this turn. It's still your turn to act. Before you see Christopher down on the ground, kind of crawling backwards, freaked out, having shock. Addison now backed up against the wall. Gideon slammed into the wall, kind of the drywall dented in, probably like some stuff thrown off the mantle, and Gideon's kind of crumbled there, getting back up. Jane sort of like stumbled back in, a bit of surprise, getting ready to like react, or like trying to react just like mid whatever it is she's gonna do.
But as
That's the scene
I'm
before
yelling
you.
about the salt, I just want to place myself between the ghost and the targets.
Okay, so I'll say you kind of like jump over Christopher and get between the ghost and to get between the ghost and him, which sounds like you're trying to protect someone. Let's go ahead and roll it.
Is he trying to protect me?
No, he's trying to protect Christopher. The ghost isn't coming for you. The ghost basically backhanded you away across
Sorry.
the room as it's going towards
missed-
Christopher.
I missed who he was. I only asked because if you did, you would get experience.
Yeah. No, he's
So
not.
I was asking for your sake.
It's
not mine.
it's not coming towards you
I
though.
can't
So
do much against
that's
the
not how it
ghost,
works.
sadly.
That's good. I have an idea.
So yeah, so you are trying to protect someone. You rolled a 3, which is when you
Stopping the girl from the ring with your hand. Just doesn't work.
Sorry, get punching it.
So yeah,
Why?
basically
My punch is working.
you step in between them and it just passes like kind of right by you. You're like, it doesn't. It has absolutely no effect. It doesn't harm or hurt you when you roll that, but you do fail, and as a result, that gives me a hard move that I can do, but also you get an XP. So don't forget to mark down an XP there, Michael. And I'll say, since I get a hard move, it's going to do what it just did to Gideon to you. It's going to just backhand you across the room in kind of a different direction. You take 2 harm as you slam into a wall across the living room. And that's the end of yours. Back to me. It steps towards Christopher, now no longer distracted by you, and reaches its hands into his head. And immediately,
Janie!
you go after this.
God damn it.
Reaches its hands into its head, and his eyes immediately go black, and you see a bit of black dribble come from his mouth, and he starts to stand up. Jane, what do you do?
Oh no, please, child. We would like to help you. Please stop this. Talk to us. Tell us what's wrong.
You don't get a
and
reaction.
I'll just sort of harmlessly walk towards them.
You get 0 reaction from it.
Well, if I can realize that, then I will try to.
I mean, as you speak to it, it completely ignores you. Its face is this visage of pure horror right now. Its eyes totally black. Its hair doing that ethereal thing where it's like moving in an unseen wind, and its hands are in the brain of this guy now. Right? And you're speaking to it like gently, like, child, calm down. But it's like, right.
So I would then just run up and try to pull him away. So like
Protect someone then?
Yeah, try to protect him.
Yep. Remember, if you fail a roll, you can use a luck to succeed on a roll.
Get out of here.
I was saying that for Michael's benefit earlier because he failed that roll earlier.
I anticipated that happening. Just hoping it would happen a little slower.
Damn it!
You got experience.
You get experience.
I'm actually real happy. Don't tell Christopher.
And you do get experience as you try to pull Christopher off of the or pull this thing off of him, but basically separate them in any way you can. You find that you're unable to really find purchase with like moving them at all. As it's ethereal, you don't like completely pass through it. There is sort of like running your hand through mud, right? It still passes through it, but you can feel some resistance as you pass through the form of this child. But in doing so, it removes one of its hands from his head, and you see him kind of like cough a moment, and it backhands you for 2 harm across the room. And then turns back to him and goes back in. Gideon, it's your turn.
Ooh, all right. You said I hit the mantle, so I'm going to.
Yeah, you're like back on
I
the
hope
ground.
that it is a fireplace mantle, and I'm going to look for some iron pokers.
I did say it was a mantle above a fireplace, so yeah, there would be. I would
Ooh,
say
baby.
you don't have to spend luck for there to be like fire pokers and stuff.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna grab the shovel one, and I'm gonna hit the ghost.
Okay, so you're just gonna try and like baseball bat swing, hit the ghost.
Yeah, I'm
Sounds like
gonna
you're trying to
grab
kick some
it,
ass.
getting to my feet. Hell yeah, heck yeah! And I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna slap this ghost right in the face. All right, let's see. Fix mass. In the name of our heavenly Father.
Mixed success.
Get your hands off of him.
On a 7+, you and whatever you're fighting inflict harm on each other. The amount of harm is based on the established dangers. All right, so. Oh yeah, and you're doing the real attack to it. So 1 second. Let me go to her powers. Okay. This time, it doesn't smack you against the wall or anything like that, Gideon. But as you swing this iron, are you like two-handed swinging it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, you like two-handed baseball or golf club swing straight through this thing's form, and as it does, it scatters like dust in the wind, and you are blown back, smashing through the front door. You take 3 harm, buddy.
Oh fuck.
And the ghost is gone.
I am unstable.
Yes, you are. You cough up blood laying in the front yard here.
You always were.
All right, yeah. Scattered now to the wind. The spirit does not immediately return. Christopher kind of sits up, coughing up some of this black goo. Not as much as the previous scene where this happened. There's a kind of a coughing moment, and then a quick vomit of this black ectoplasm that dissipates. And he just looks up at you. Okay, ghosts are real. Yeah, I believe that now.
I don't know what that was, but you should come with us, and we can find the rest of our friends downtown.
Addison is just kind of like freaked out for a moment, but she saw what happened with Gideon, and she runs over and grabs one of the other fire pokers, and then grabs the other one and throws it to Chris, who grabs it. And they're both kind of just like, where's it coming from next? But it doesn't appear.
Good idea.
And then, you know, like Gideon, but you're able to stand up and stuff. You can move around. You're unstable, but that doesn't mean you're like bleeding out, dying at this moment.
Yeah, I'll go out there and help him up.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Ward. Oh,
A good swing.
yeah, thanks. Afraid she's a lot harder of a hitter than I expected, though. Man,
Yeah, I got to use the other ability on you.
how's Mr. Christopher doing? Is he all right?
He'll live for now.
Oh,
He's-
that's good
he's like-
news.
The Bergs seem to be a resilient family. Please come to the van. Let's
my
go.
back scratcher.
The spirit seems to be gone for now.
Yeah, I could use some of Mr. Toad's medicine.
What? What? What are you? Where? What are you saying?
We have some other friends. They may be able to help keep us safe.
Yeah,
Better protect it.
There's another family that is also seeing young children, and they're there as well. We'd like to try to help you.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna use one of my keeper moves. One sec.
Oh.
Okay.
My organs hurt.
Okay, so as you say that, as you say like, oh, my organs hurt, as you're like standing up, you see for just the briefest moment, like in the distance, the visage of the girl flicker, and then gone.
Guys?
and your breath clears, and you can see you can no longer see the breath. So it does look like the spirit has left, but it looks like it was intentionally going somewhere else now. Like it was like it basically like it was watching and like turns away and then flickers away.
Huh. Must have had something
That was my
else to
keeper
do.
move.
Nothing good.
Was there any other couples maybe that have seen her? Oh God, it hurts.
Can you drive
Mr.
like that?
Where are we? What's happening? Like at
Will
this point,
you come with us?
at this point, Addison's like packed up a bunch of stuff already. She's just like not even like thinking about what she's grabbed. There's just like random stuff kind of thrown in like a shopping bag that was already sitting there from earlier today, and she's just picked it up, and they're like walking out the door already. Not like they're following you, but like they're leaving the house, right? And both of them still have the fireplace pokers and stuff in their hands, and then as they're like kind of backing out of the house and closing the door, Addison's like, we gotta get out of here. I can't sleep here tonight. what are you saying? Where? And Christopher is a bit more rattled, but he is still kind of like spitting up some of this ectoplasm.
Just trust us. A friend has a tailor shop downtown. It'll be a good place for us all to go.
It's real nice. It smells like peppermint.
tailor
You're gonna
shop?
love it.
Okay, and I think I'll use that as an
Mr.
opportunity
Ward,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Do you have a license? I'm not supposed to let anyone else drive, but this church van here. But
Okay, and so I think on that note, we will skip to Toten's tailoring Jaeger's shop with the gremlin already parked in the parking lot and the van pulling up into the parking lot now, driven by Mr. Ward. And so everybody's there at the tailor shop now. That's one of the nice things about PBTA games is I can be like, all right, well, we're going there now. So,
All right.
All right, let's
make
get
sure
inside.
Do the salt stuff.
Come on, Mr. and Mrs. Berg.
Pitch the keys back at them.
We'll keep you all safe in here.
at this point, I would say like they've calmed down a bit, but they're still like kind of holding on to these fireplace pokers and stuff, and they're just sort of like looking around as you lead them in. There is a moment where like as you step into the tailoring shop, it's pretty well lit. I don't think you would have the lights off or anything in here, Jaeger, even though it's night because you're bringing people in. But there is a moment where like they walk by some of the cosplay stuff, and they're even like they're so freaked out that they are kind of like a little bit like at some of the like scary looking Halloween kind of mask things you have laying around, but nothing like ridiculous. They're not like I'd hit it or anything. They're just like disturbed by it as they move by, and you do what with them as they are let in? Because I'll say like everybody's in the tailoring shop here, both couples, so 4 people in addition to you are here in the tailoring shop at the moment. You haven't told me you're bringing them into the hideout. You've just said they're in the tailoring shop.
Correct. I wanted to keep them up in the shop.
This is Jaeger. He owns this shop.
Nice to meet you. Nice shop. I've seen it down here on the boardwalk before. Wow, this is a weird thing to talk about. What's happening? And then Raymond will kind of walk up. Hi, I'm Raymond. Nice to meet you. Christopher. And they introduce themselves to each other. And then after a couple minutes of like, I wouldn't really define it as small talk, but just sort of like, hey, you're in trouble too? Oh yeah, ghosts are real. Well, that's something, isn't it? They basically all turn to you and are like, what the fuck?
By the time they
do we
turn
do?
to look at me, I'm gone and have probably told Jane to be like, tell them what's going on. I'm getting the salt.
Gideon, would you explain things to them? I'm gonna run downstairs for a few moments.
Oh yeah, of course. Can you tell Mr. Toten to get some Advil or something?
Yeah, he's pretty bad.
Oh yes. Oh yes. We'll help you right away. Just have a seat.
Were you
So
Lester?
Huh?
Where's Lester in this scene?
I guess I'm still up in the tailor shop waiting for the salt to come
So you're
back.
standing in there next to Gideon and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Well,
Gideon.
I guess the long and short of it is, as you know, ghosts are real.
Yeah, I
We
gathered that.
yeah. So
I glance over my shoulder like, gotta do it.
I guess we have a little bit of experience dealing with stuff like that. So, the enemies of our Heavenly Father take many forms and shapes on this world. And some people were here to help.
Are you guys? Are
stop
you
that.
all Morbin? All of you?
Well, not yet.
No.
Oh God, no.
They look probably more confused than they
Here,
have.
I meant to give you these earlier, and I'll give them my pamphlets, with my name on it.
I would say at this point they take them, but they don't even look at them. It's more of like a in shock kind of reaction thing. They're just kind of like going through the motions and looking dumbfounded. yeah, J5, not yet.
But I guess if anyone can keep you protected, it's us right now. You're in the safest place you can be. We're kind of trying to figure out more details on the situation, and honestly hoping to help this spirit of this little girl move on, if we can.
So okay. Let me go to your move thing real quick. All right.
Hopefully she can find her home back in the kingdom of our Heavenly Father.
You want to help the ghost? Says Raymond. And then Christopher and Molly will both kind of, the two that got attacked directly, will kind of look up and be like, I think she's angry. Parents?
This is good. This is helpful.
Maybe she seemed like she was looking or somewhere or something. That's all he gets.
She was looking for somewhere? Or someone, maybe?
They shrug. All right, going downstairs where Jaeger and Jane are. What's going on down there? In the hideout.
Literally just grabbing enough salt to protect the place.
Okay. I would say you probably have enough salt to like draw a pretty good circle in your tailoring shop or something like that. I don't think you would have enough salt to protect the entire tailoring shop.
Yeah, I figured.
What are you doing, Jane?
Help Gideon too. He's hurt.
Are you having a scene? What are you guys doing?
She is going to sit in her usual place, cross-legged. She's going to produce a large red garnet stone. And she is going to begin muttering some strange words to the stone while making some hand gestures. She would like to use one of her moves she hasn't used before, called that old black magic. Basically, it says when you use magic, you can ask a question from investigate a mystery move as your effect.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to concentrate on the spirit that I experienced and trying to sort of connect with her while I cast a spell and look into this orb.
Grabbing the first aid kit, turn to Jane and be like, anything you need help with?
First aid kit won't be enough for Gideon.
No,
He has to be down here in the infirmary because he's unstable.
I'll find that out in a minute.
My intention is to, if the spell succeeds, to find out where the spirit went.
When you use magic, you can ask a question from the investigative mystery move as your effect. And you're trying to do like basically divination magic here.
Yeah, essentially, yep.
Okay. Use magic.
All right, I'll head upstairs
and I'm going to, having thought this might happen.
Because you're doing this from kind of the midpoint, you already know like half the things about the spirit too at this point, including you've seen it. I'll give you a +1 forward on any investigative mystery directly with the spirit, as long as you're interfacing with the spirit.
Okay.
Which this would count as, since you're doing like basically a seance.
Right. Okay. So, having thought that this all might happen,
like some candles and probably putting like an offering to the spirit down and like lighting some kind of incense and stuff and concentrating on your little gem and stuff.
And yeah, I guess to be clear, I'm trying more to like use divination to spy on it more so than like communicate with it. I'm not trying to like
Yeah,
establish
I
a link
understand.
to the spirit. Yeah.
You're not pulling the spirit to
Yeah,
a
I'm not like-
place,
yes,
which is
exactly,
a thing you can try to do.
Sure,
but it's,
right.
But that would not be use magic. That would be big magic if you were to try.
Right. Okay. Okay, so I'm also having predicted this might happen earlier in the last time. I'm going to also use the +1 forward from my fortune telling. So for a plus.
Okay.
So you want me +1 to the magic, and then you're going to give me. Well, I guess that is the effect. So that's +2 to this roll.
2
then.
+2.
Okay.
Holy fuck! I did not even know you could roll that high in this game.
Okay.
You rolled a 16.
That's a good spell.
So we win.
Wow. Okay.
And so one of these actual fortune effects is be somewhere you're needed just in time. So
Yeah.
I was kind of debating using that anyway, so it can kind of factor in all this what's gonna happen anyway. But anyway, I'm gonna ask okay, so basically on a 10 plus, the spell works without issues. So magic's
You
just
rolled a
hard.
16.
There's no
Yeah.
bonus on like a full success. It's just okay, full success. The magic just does its thing. Okay, so I get to ask a question, and I'm gonna say, where did it go?
Okay. I think I'll give you a second question too.
What's it gonna do?
All right. So it went back to the site. It went back to the road to hunt for more, and it is looking for a new couple to bind to try to watch into. I'll also say, because you rolled a 16 here, and this is investigate a mystery, I'm gonna give you a chance for something. Roll a sharp, and I'll still give you the +1 forward for spirit. Mixed success. Okay, so the way I'm going to play that is I'm going to give you a important piece of information about the spirit, but I'm going to also, because it's a mixed success, I was going to give you, like, if you have fully succeeded, I was going to give you the kind of a full picture of what was going on with part of the spirit here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm only going to give you like half of that then. But so it's going back to the road area. It's going to be north of the graveyard there by a ways, pretty close to where the original cult house was, but not exactly there. And the spirit you're dealing with specifically is some kind of myling.
Those are very active.
All right, I will.
Which because you succeeded on the sharp was basically to determine if you knew what a myling was, if you could connect the dots for what you were feeling from the spirit. A myling is just for context, because you would know this based off of that roll. So I know the player probably doesn't, but the character would. A myling is a type of child spirit, always a child spirit. A myling has to be a child spirit, and it is from a child that either was abandoned by its parents or betrayed by their parents. The original legends and stuff come from when people would have a child they couldn't raise, and they would leave it as an infant out in the woods just to die of exposure and stuff. And that child was never properly buried. One of the aspects of a myling is it will attach to somebody and weigh them down and try to make them bring the spirit of the myling to a specific hallowed place to be put to rest. But it becomes increasingly difficult as it gets there, and will kill the carrier in anger as it gets there. This one in particular, you can tell is already like attached to the idea of couples and parents, and you get a sense of no malevolence from it whatsoever, just pure anger at the face of like parenthood, parents in general, couples. It's like lashing out. It's literally that move is actually literally called lash out. It's not an intelligent entity when it's doing those types of things, but you also get a sense of serenity and protection with regards to children from it as you cast your spell as well. You get the feeling that this thing would never hurt a child. It might even try to protect them.
Yeah, I hear you. I was a teenager too once. Okay, I will
That's everything you're gonna get.
hastily grab my orb, blow out the candles, and run back up the steep stairs. And then slow down and poke my head out. Jaeger, can I borrow you for a moment?
By this point, I probably made a circle of salt, taking the first aid kit over to Gideon, realize he needs a lot more than that.
Yeah, he's pretty hurt.
I'll be all right.
Hand the first aid kit off to Lester and be like, watch over them. And be like, come on, Gideon, let's go down.
All right,
Okay.
Mr. Toten. Thank you.
Okay, so you begin treatment on on Gideon in the
We'll keep y'all safe, Mr.
in the
Mr.
infirmary. I'll say this: they're probably too freaked out to like ask why you're bringing the really injured guy into the back room of the tailoring shop. But there probably is a look of like, what the hell's back there? But they're just like standing in this assault
break room.
circle now with their.
It keeps the needle in thread.
I would say at this point you've probably put down the shovel, Gideon.
Oh, right.
And one of them has probably picked it up. So there's like probably 3 of them in there holding these fireplace pokers and stuff, surrounded by salt, and probably like a 10-15 foot diameter circle in the middle of your tailoring shop. I also imagine you've probably pushed aside some of the racks and stuff of clothing and all of that, maybe drawn the curtains or whatever in the shop.
Oh, yeah, totally.
But yeah, so they're in there.
Well, Iron certainly worked on him. On her. Just briefly.
Yeah,
It's a temporary thing, yes. And
I'll help.
Jane, what did you need?
Once they get to the corner, yeah, I'll help him down the stairs. I believe it's I used my magic to look for it. I believe it's a myling. I believe it's gone back out to hunt. What do you know of such things?
From Scandinavian lore, not much.
I believe it's some. I believe they're all children that have been betrayed or not raised by their parents and left abandoned. This one isn't evil. It's just sad and angry. I think it hates all adults and all people with children. But it feels the opposite of children themselves and would protect one. It wishes I know the children are supposedly buried in that cemetery, but I guess this one's not. Mylings wish to be buried and wish to get back to sacred ground. I think that must be what we need to do.
And you used your magic to find it?
Yes. We can go into detail on that later.
Did one escape?
I felt it.
Did one escape the house fire only to die in the woods?
Could be, but they could have been. A spirit could have felt that way just from the betrayal itself. It doesn't.
I will say
it didn't
this:
necessarily need to be.
you know that
abandoned.
the children, when they were killed, they weren't burned alive. They were ritually killed in this place, right? At this other spot. The which was, once the cult was found out and everything, that's where the police came. They found the 12 bodies of the children and all of that stuff at that spot. The cult was found out. They were at a different house, right? The adults were in a different house. The police got there and surrounded it, and that's when they burned the house down. So the children weren't in the fire. Only the adults were in the fire, in the house with the fire, and were burned themselves alive.
Maybe one didn't die in the ritual.
Or maybe it did, but
and then since the place
just
was
wasn't
leveled,
found. It died, but when they went when they found the children and reburied them in sunrise,
They forgot one.
or sunset, they may have forgotten one.
Where's this ritual site?
We have to go.
You said you think she's hunting right now?
We have to prepare as best we can, but she went back out to find another couple to victimize.
I'll try to get up off the bed
And I'll push him back down.
You're like, oh.
we have
We'll
to
handle that.
help. We have to help her and anyone else that she might be trying to hurt.
So for clarification, you can still do stuff and play just fine in the unstable state you are in, but any injuries and stuff become more of a problem. There's also what is it, Venom, when you're unstable?
It's basically you can sort of decide what kind of injury he has, but you can kind of you decide when he loses more hit points. So like it could be once a day, it could be like
there's
every
a rate,
20 minutes.
So I'm gonna say because you were slammed up against the wall and stuff like that, you're not like super internally bleeding or anything like that, but you're at a point now where I'm gonna make you lose 2 harm per day, basically. So every 12 hours, 1 harm.
I only have 2 empty harms.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, unless you're sitting in here in the infirmary, you're gonna die within a day. But if you're but that gives you like 12 hours to like cut it close and still do stuff if you want, is what I'm saying.
I mean, you if you were treated with first aid, you would have +1 hit point. You're still unstable.
That would still count. So yeah, you would get +1 from the first aid.
I get a thing
So you'd be
back.
a 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're still unstable though, I believe.
We must
You're
prepare as
4.
best we can and go back out there and see what we can find. I
We
fear
have to
I fear
hurry.
time is short.
I'm afraid you're right, Miss Meyer.
If she's hunting again, that means she's not after the people upstairs, though, right?
I think that's true. Yes.
Whether that's because they're in the salt or because it was pushed off of them, you don't know. You don't have context for that.
Right.
What Gideon saw was it like at the end of the block kind of like turn and go away because it's like it had to, but then what Jane detected through her spell is that it's like not trying to come here right now. It's going out back to the hunting ground, so to speak. What do you guys do?
Are the Myling active during the day?
I don't know. Do you have perhaps one of your reference books?
Sort of looks over towards the library, like maybe.
I think that's going to be an investigative mystery roll. You'll have to do. I'll let you use the alternate investigative mystery. And you'll have to use your library,
You want me
basically.
to roll it?
You're the one to ask a question.
I'm assuming as the expert, I assume this is your domain.
Yeah, I would say
would
this
you
is
be
this is
helping
Bobby walking over to his books and flipping through them and pulling it, being like, okay, this one, pulling it out and thumbing through it.
Not just like shrug. I just look at the pictures.
Mixed success. Okay. All right, you get one question. And as I said, front using the alternate version.
But something you could obviously learn from a book.
Yes, obviously the context is always
Like how to kill this motherfucker, or whatever.
I think you've already got a bunch of information about that, honestly.
Or protect, not kill it, but protect. Like protect us from it.
I just wanted to know if it would stop hunting during the day.
Okay. No. They hunt day and night. They typically only try to attach to the victim and be brought back to a graveyard, or be brought to a hallowed ground or a specific place or whatever it might be that they see is where they need to go during the night. But the actual part where they hunt and follow them around and like track them down and try and get closer and affect them and all that stuff, which can also do harm to them and stuff, and even kill them and bystanders. No, they'll do that during the day. But it's the driving them, the driving them down into the ground thing, which is how the original Scandinavian lore, I think, suggested. Like the myelin gets heavier and heavier until the person is like pushed into the ground themselves. I've twisted that a lot to make it like a little bit more believable for a camera. But the part where they, and of course this is all my corruption of real life Scandinavian lores, if you believe in myelins, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's the thing where they like, she has her hands in their brain and it is like piggyback riding them to the thing. It can only do that at night. But the all the other stuff it can still do during the day.
All right, so after figuring that out, I'll look towards Jane and be like, well, this is something we'll have to handle tonight. So yes, we'll have to go back out.
Agreed. All speed. You have your juju bag, I hope?
I have extras. Points towards the armory.
I can stay here with the Bergs.
Please stay safe.
Keep them protected.
You'll be okay?
I think we can manage.
Jaeger, while we're here, would you mind patching me up a bit? I also took a little injury.
Certainly.
Yeah,
I can bring some
wants
with
to do
me
that
as
can
well.
do that.
It just takes off one harm.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, well, I guess top up my usual salt supply.
Yeah, I don't see any
and,
where that it's like you need to roll to do first aid.
No, you really don't, unless it's
There's
like
no
under
roll.
duress or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be act under pressure if it was under duress or something like that. But
I'm gonna pull out a bag of jelly beans that I keep in a stash spot in the tailor shop, and I'm gonna eat them as I make my way back up towards the Bergs.
it's
with
like in
my
a jar
bandages.
that says buttons on it or something like that.
Okay, friends. Let's just say I have an intuition that you're safe. Please just stay here.
That's good to know.
I know it's
Are you leaving?
not the most comfortable, but yes,
Nope,
the rest
I'm
of us.
I'm staying right here with you.
Gideon's gonna stay and,
Can we
and
maybe get some chairs? Or?
talk to you about our Lord, and then we're gonna head out and see if we can deal with this in a more permanent manner.
Yeah, I'll go into the break room and bring back chairs and stuff for him to sit down with.
Okay.
And as I set them up, I'll just be like, sorry about him, pointing towards Gideon.
Gideon
you'll be
slumps
safe.
over in
Just
the
stay
chair.
in the
If you want to stay up here with them, Gideon, you're totally fine to do that. But that still counts toward that 12 hours where you're going to lose a harm. Just keep in mind, unless you're
Oh,
downstairs
does
in
it?
the infirmary, it doesn't count. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
you're
I'll stay with them.
Please keep an eye on him. And if that phone rings, and I'll point to the checkout counter, please do answer it.
Of course, Miss Meyer. Jelly bean?
I was talking to like Christopher.
Oh.
They'll nod at you. They're still pretty freaked out. Well, I guess you'll let us know, and I can give you my cell phone number if you want.
Sure. Let's do that, and I'll.
And they'll give you the cell phone numbers and
Yeah,
stuff.
I'll take this number.
Everybody exchanges cell phone numbers. Like they exchange them with each other and with you is what I mean by that.
Thank you, Gideon. I will indulge, and I'll take one jelly bean. Black licorice, because I'm metal as fuck.
I'll make note of that and start separating those for her.
You know that the licorice jelly beans are not actually flavored by licorice; they're flavored with like anise or whatever. But like,
Oh yeah.
we call it licorice because licorice is so unpopular in the United States. Most people can't tell the difference between the two flavors. But in places where it is popular, they'd be like, "Why are you calling this licorice?" It's very interesting. Anyway,
Some of my favorite jelly beans.
I like them. Yeah, I like anise flavors and licorice and all that stuff. Real licorice is good.
Should we take Gideon's van, or is there another suitable vehicle?
We can take mine.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
great.
Toad.
Lester, you staying?
Selfish prick.
You going?
You think you hear under Jane's breath, but you're not sure.
Getting a lot of trouble. Yeah, I was going.
Please, we must hurry. All right, I think we load up.
We'll use my car,
beans.
but
Bergs.
I guess since Jane has a better idea of where to go, I'll let her drive.
Okay.
Please, you drive, Mr. Totten. I'll direct you best I
You all
can.
pile into the.
Okay.
What is it?
I was just looking at that.
It's an Oldsmobile.
We all
It's a
pile
Lincoln
into the brain fart.
Continental.
He linked it before. I just don't remember what it is.
Oh, it's a Ford Aspire.
Okay. So you all jump into the Aspire and take off. Jane directing and Jaeger driving.
Just start by crossing the big bridge.
So for clarification, that's Michael, Jane, Jaeger, and Lester all getting in the Aspire and driving off towards the road. Gideon remaining behind, up top in the tailoring shop, inside of the circle with the other 4 people. Kind of slumped over a chair, I would say at this point, probably. Trying to talk,
I would like to.
obviously in pain.
I'd like to grab the cold iron shovel that Gideon had, if possible, before we left.
Okay, well, we said that they're holding it, but one of them will give that to you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
So we head across the bridge and basically get to the Sunset Hills Memorial Cemetery.
All right, it's
And then
about a 20-minute, 25-minute, maybe almost as long as 30-minute drive to get there. Let's see if I can make that show up on here. There he goes. So yeah, they are driving across town to here.
I felt like she was headed further north. Up where this awful thing first happened. And I'll gesture to take a left on, basically at the cemetery.
Okay. So you drive past Sunset Hills Memorial Cemetery, tucked against the forest and mountains. It is one of the oldest cemeteries in Hushwood. Specifically, nobody knows when it was actually founded or started. It's just been there for as long as people can remember. That's the case with a couple of the cemeteries in Hushwood. There's a bunch. But this is one of the more expensive ones to be interred at, on the side of the river. That would be the context you would have as you drive past its stone walls and iron gates. The entirety of the cemetery is within a stone wall, like a actual fitted stone wall, not like a brick wall, like a wall that you build out of stones by specifically placing the exact shapes in the right place to make a wall that doesn't fall over. And and sometimes that involves like napping and stuff. It's like a old ass wall that's been there for a long time. But built along the wall, like on the exterior of it, is also a wrought iron fence that goes all the way around the entirety of the cemetery as well, which terminates in the front with an arch over the top that says Sunset Hills Memorial Cemetery, and a gate that has to be opened to enter. You cannot just drive straight in. You have to. You can drive straight in, but it's a wide enough gate to do that, but you would have to open the gate to do it. Or drive through the gate or something, whatever.
Oh, Lester, isn't that a gorgeous cemetery?
It is.
That wall, they don't make them like that anymore.
No, they do not.
It is about
Easy
midnight
climb
now,
those.
I would say, after all this moving around. Maybe like 11:30 p.m. or so, just for context.
Hate it. The
We're
scariest
trying
hour.
to find the kids' remains, right?
If at all possible.
Yep.
So where exactly are you headed on the road here?
So we head
'Cause
up.
you know it won't appear to you, because as you found out, it only appears to couples, to two people.
Right. Call that plan B, because we're not so sure we want that thing to show up to us, right?
Sure. I'm just saying, where are you going? As I'm just trying to. I'm just making sure you know you can't just like drive back and forth on the road like this and,
No,
fish it
right,
out.
right. And force
That's
a
all. I'm making sure
spawn?
you know.
Yeah, please. Please.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pretend to be a couple if you're gonna do that.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Todd.
Oh, what are you guys doing? Where are you headed?
So up on the left is, you have that building circled. That is the murder site, right?
That's the old house that burned down site.
Yeah, but that is where the cult headquarters.
That's where their
And you
house
said-
where they burned
We
themselves
wanted
down.
to get to the
And you said
ritual
Not where the
sacrifice.
children were killed.
Right.
Right. But you said that's where, around where I spied that the ghost was going to hunt.
In this area of the road, yeah.
Close to the house. Yeah.
Yeah, around there, meaning kind of in the middle of that road that I drew in red.
Yeah.
In,
Right.
hopefully.
Right. Okay, but we know where the kids were killed at this point. Right.
You do know where the sacrifice happened.
So yeah, let's go there. Hope we get lucky.
Making sure it's visible on stream. The circled
Walk the
area. and
road
stuff.
too, so no couples drive down it.
Yeah. I don't know how we're gonna do that. Unless we set his car on fire.
We just need traffic cones.
All right, so you drive to the location where the house was before, the burnt down house.
Well,
We were trying to get to the ritual site.
yeah, the ritual site where the kids were killed.
Okay, so
Where the fire was.
No,
those
the
are two
fire
different.
was
Those are
like-
two different places. So that's why I'm really
Sorry.
confused, because you keep telling me two different things.
You know, the fire, but the cultists and the kids died.
All right,
No, sorry, the kids died. We know that.
Okay.
The cultist house is on the map that burned down. The kids' burial site that new houses have been built on top of, we know that general area, right?
New houses were built on top of this site, not where the kids were.
Okay, then we're going to the kids.
All right, the location of the original sacrifices is just about a quarter mile south of the the house that burnt down. So it's just a
Okay.
little ways. It's in between the cemetery and that house. You would arrive there first since you're driving north
Okay,
from the
that's
cemetery.
where we're going.
That's okay. So yeah, you know the general location because you did all the research already last session with the newspapers and all that stuff. But it's been wiped clean. Like, it was bulldozed over, and everything's just been like wiped clean here now. It is just woods. The trees in this little section are a little bit younger than, some of the other trees because they were literally planted in the 60s. But 30 years is enough time for a tree to get big. So it's just woods. It's just woods. But you're at the spot, and it's not hard to get there. There's no parking at all. You literally have to just pull up like on the side of the road here, and walk off into the woods. And you can tell when you're walking the grounds here, there did used to be a building here, right? That's that thing where you're like, oh yeah, I could tell where this was like. There was a little bit of a foundation here, and
Okay.
some detritus strewn about, but like bits of cement and that kind of thing, where you can be like, oh yeah, there was definitely something here. That's not a rock, that's cement, that kind of a thing. But it's the slate has been wiped clean here, so to speak, which you know, because that was like literally a thing that was talked about in the newspaper that happened afterwards. It was like a story about the killings like years later. It was like, out of respect, the location has been taken care of, basically cleaned up and stuff. There, I would also say there is a memorial for the children that died, but not here. It would be in the cemetery that you drove past.
Yeah. Well, I guess let's fan out and see if we can find anything. And we'll
Look around.
turn on
Well-
some flashlights that we undoubtedly took.
Yeah, that's fine.
I believe there's only two methods of locating this remains. And that would either be Michael's nose or your magic.
I actually step out of the car already, mostly shifted.
Okay, so yeah, as you shift, as you're getting out of the car like for a brief moment kind of like weights down, bounces back as you step out, and now you step out of the car a foot taller than you were when you went into it, and also a werewolf.
I smelled it before. Maybe I can find it.
It's very important. Please try.
All right, so you're specifically, are you sniffing for the ghost, or are you sniffing for a body? When we
Well,
separate
I'm
roles.
hoping the body has that scent of that earth smell that I caught
Okay.
before might lead me to where the body
Okay,
is.
I see what you're saying.
Nice.
Well, that's going to be investigate a mystery roll with a +1 for your werewolf nose. Nope, that is a 10, so that is a success.
I'll start.
All right, so yeah, that's
start
hold 2.
sniffing,
That's a hold 2,
And
so you
I'll-
get 2 questions.
like pause a moment, be like, I learned a new trick, and I'll actually take off my pants
Oh
and
boy.
toss them to Jaeger. Just
Are you
hold
werewolf
those.
fully right now?
Yes, and you'll see a shiver, and I'll crouch down on all fours and fully turn into a huge actual wolf.
Like a dire wolf. Specifically,
Yeah.
that's what you would look like in that form, is like a pure white dire
Yeah,
wolf,
so it's
basically.
this pure white dire wolf with a big ass flannel jacket that's barely on at this point now.
Looks like weird dog clothes.
Yeah.
Like
That's
the
what's weird.
wolf from
I'll sniff
Mononoke.
around.
Yeah, but with a
Yeah,
flannel
I'll
jacket
sniff
on.
around
With a flannel
goes
jacket.
to the ground.
But literally on all fours, like not a man wolf at this point, like an actual on all fours wolf. Just for
Yeah.
clarification. All right.
I guess I'll look towards Lester and be like, now see that that is a more traditional folklore werewolf.
Oh, I take it I catch the scent, or
Well,
kind of the location,
so it's investigate a mystery.
or-
So it's hold 2. So you get 2 questions off of that list. But because of the kind of questions you're asking and stuff, and like what the context of it is, I'll let you use the alternate version. So this means you can ask me 2 general questions about the context of what you're currently sniffing for, but you got to ask me those questions, or I can't answer them. It's not like D&D where I'll be like, yes, it's directly this way or something like that. You need to ask me the questions. But you got 2, so you can ask me 2, which is good, right? That's
Yeah.
better than just the direction.
Trying to figure out how to ask in a way where the
That's
basically I want
that's the
to
crux of
find
this
where
game. Yeah.
the body is buried, so, or the remains if it's buried or whatever. So,
Yeah, I think the
where
problem
are
might
the
be it's not
remains?
buried.
So you do pick up that kind of mulchy odor a little bit. It's pretty distant. It doesn't smell like it's from this space. You don't smell that ozone smell at all, though. But that sort of mulchy, earthy smell, you do pick up a little bit. But again, this is like a dog smelling something that's like a mile away kind of thing. Not like a, man, somebody's cooking barbecue kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
But
I'll
into the
start
forest
heading
is the direction that
off over
would
that way.
suggest. But you have 2 questions, so I'll say the direction is the direction of the mulchy odor and stuff is indeed what would be basically east northeast from your current position on the map.
What else is concealed here?
Okay. Because of the context of you smelling stuff and the supernatural nature of all of this, you can smell, and as you approach, I would say, like, it's not too far. You're kind of like leading them through the forest here for a bit, and before too long, it's kind of like look back and you've like gone further than you expected from the road already. But Michael doesn't seem lost, right? He's like following. It's like a dog that's got a scent. And so you've made it through the woods a good ways, and Michael, you stop just before the crest of this hill and poke your head up over to see a dilapidated, rotted cabin. What's concealed here is you're not alone.
Yeah, so I'll get over that crest of the hill, and the rest of the group can see like the hairs on the back poof up in alarm, and just hear a low growl for a little bit.
What's wrong, boy?
I'll slowly stand up, shifting to the werewolf form, and kind of hold out my hand from my pants.
Parents, please.
Yeah, hand those back.
I start putting those on and being like, it's hard to talk like that in that form. We're not alone.
I immediately pull out my gun.
9mm, right?
Yep.
Like a Beretta or something like that. Glock.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Beretta's
Okay.
good.
But I point down to the cabin. Should be down there.
What do you guys do? When I say you're not alone, Michael, I mean you feel like you're being watched.
Yeah, I'll be looking around.
You don't smell that ozone smell though that you got from the miling.
I look at Jaeger and what's the play?
Find the remains, bury them properly. And with that, I'm going to trust my gut.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
You get a Scooby snack for that.
Nom nom nom. Trust your gut. Mixed success. Okay. I don't have that up on my PDF. Somebody want to read me the thing on that one? Or I can go to it.
Trusting your gut.
Okay, when you consult your instincts about what to do next, roll plus weird. You rolled an 8, so it tells you general direction to go. Take +1 forward as you explore that. Okay. So the cabin is concealing something, for sure. It could be a body, it could be other stuff like that. I would say because of that roll, as it is a success, not a huge success, I'm not going to give you much, but it's not safe there.
The cultist is in the cabin. Come on.
And you get +1.
Please.
All right, I'll approach with my knife out because
Okay.
forgot to bring a shotgun.
All right. I want to read a bad situation. Can I do that?
Whenever you gotta do something, it's not a thing. You can't say you want to do a thing.
Yeah. I'm just.
I know you.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know
just
you know.
saying,
I'm just
I wanna
making sure
do-
you get.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So-
in order to do what you gotta do it. What are you gonna do?
So I pulled out my gun, and I'm gonna start walking, kind of crouching down, sneaking a little bit. Walk, kind of. I want to walk towards it, but kind of like keep a tree in between us. Is that possible? I mean, we're not in a clearing.
Up to
anything,
about
right?
15 feet or so away from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to get as close as I can while kind of being, with the tree in between us, stand behind the tree and kind of just look, into the windows. I just want to kind of
The windows
look
are boarded up.
around. All boarded up, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So then
You can tell that they
I
did
also
have
wanna
glass in
look
them at some point, but it's like shattered and there's boards all over it.
Okay.
The door is not
I want to look at the
boarded up.
door
It's not
and
boarded up.
see. Okay, so that's. I want to
It's
see
not open.
if
It's closed. but
from
it's not.
here I can see if it looks like any kind of if it's been open recently, tampering, if I see any like
Okay, go ahead and roll.
footprints or
Yeah.
just things seem to be disturbed.
Smell of smoke.
Smell of smoke.
Fire.
Mixed success. All right. There it is.
Like a hold one.
Yep. So one question from that list.
All right, so what's the best way in this cabin?
Well, there's only one way in. It's only got the one door, so technically that. I'm not gonna take your successful roll away from you here. I know that you mean a little bit more than that, but I will put it this way to you: there's no good way. There's that way. That's the only way, but there's no good way. And that's all I'll give you. And because of the context also of what you were asking, the cabin is surrounded by like dirt and dust and stuff like that. The ground around it is disturbed. It looks like people have been here or somebody has been here. Probably maybe even a lot, but there's no like general direction of footprints. You don't see like footprints. It just looks like the ground has been disturbed. There's things laying around, right? There's like trash laying around the cabin that's fairly new trash that you can tell, not because the trash itself doesn't look rotted, but because it's like, and that's a Hershey's wrapper that they use now, so it can't be like that old of one, like stuff like that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna kind of like sneak back up to the group and tell them, okay, looks like people have been around, but I only saw one way in and it looks kind of dangerous. I don't know what we want to do here, guys, but that place is kind of, or it's definitely been used somewhat recently by more than one person.
By at least 8
Hello
person.
there.
Yeah, I'll just walk up to the front door.
Is someone inside? Please come out and talk to us. We mean you
Okay.
no harm.
I don't know if what's watching us is in there.
You don't get any reaction from the cabin, Jane.
Just a wooden door?
It's a regular wooden door. Not even a particularly nice one or whatever. It looks like one that's basically been made out of other wood, like a shit. What am I trying to say? Plywood. That's what I'm trying to think of. Or particle board. There's the word.
Michael, I also have a bad feeling. Let's get in there before they have time to set up more, but do be careful. There may be traps. And I will pull out a small but really nasty looking knife, like with kind of like one of those like ritual knife blades.
Oh, like a Chris or whatever. It's got like the curved thing.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
Real nasty, but like small, like not really a good,
Right.
like not really like a sword weapon, just
A
like
thin,
a
thin blade, but long enough to do
like
damage.
just used for like ceremonial, but obviously
Gotcha.
it would hurt if it gets stuck with it.
I'll walk up to the
Alright,
door,
let's go.
stand off to the side, and test the handle.
As he stands off to the side, I'm just walking right up, growling and kicking it in.
Okay. So you're testing the handle, you said? All right, so you go to do that, and then, Michael, you kick it in right as
Was
you
it
do that.
locked?
Just
There is no
up
lock.
to the
It's
door.
essentially a makeshift door, if you want to think of it like that. Michael, you kick the door in. It explodes off of its rope hinges. It's not like an actual like locked in metal hinge or anything. It just explodes off of its rope hinges, and a shotgun shoots you in the chest for 2 harm. And you fly back a couple feet probably from it, or probably not since you're in werewolf form. You probably just stumble back a hit. The shotgun is mounted to 2 pieces of wood and connected to the door, pointed straight at it. There's nobody in there, but there are some cans around. You can see like coffee tins and stuff like that. Some of them open. There's change in a few of these that go to the brim of it. There's some like wrappers and stuff around in here for candy, only candy, and some like soda cans and stuff like that. There's no kind of refrigerator or anything like that at all. In the interior of this space, there is a small sleeping bag that's bunched up in the corner and kind of like rotted a little bit and has mold in it. And I would say right after the shotgun blast to the chest rings out, and everybody's kind of like, oh shit, shocked by it, especially Michael, who you just took 2 harm. but Jaeger, you're
notice it
to the
doesn't
sides. You
hit
didn't
quite
get
as
it.
hard as you would have thought.
Oh yeah. So you're like,
Jaeger notices that particularly.
What?
but
I
so
only take 1 harm.
yeah,
Oh,
he's
nice.
so he stumbles back a little bit.
It
my
reminds
God.
you of
Sneers.
when I shot the wolf that turned me. It
Mm.
didn't quite look like it hit as hard.
You put 3 rounds in his face.
and he kept
didn't give a
moving.
shit.
yeah. So yeah, you're shot.
Not quite
buddy,
like that either.
But you take like a step back and then and continue to go forward. Seeing the interior of this space, the shotgun there, poised for this trap. Looks like the trap was probably set, maybe even this morning. But the setup for the trap looks like it's in a position to where it stays there and it's constantly set up. It also looks like the mechanism for activating the trap, which is just ropes and stuff, can be disabled from the outside on the back of the cabin, but you didn't notice that.
I'm gonna grab the barrel and just kind of bend it in frustration.
All right. You do so. Right as you do, you hear a sound from behind and above.
Hey, you do.
Someone brought an organ to the woods.
I spin around and point my gun
Pissed
at
I
it.
broke
whatever
their
it
gun.
is.
You hear a human-like voice, but not quite, from above. 1 second. This works.
Breed.
And then looking up, you see this spider-like human. Its limbs stretched out longer than should be possible. Its back cracking, its shoulders separating, the head twisting around, the neck elongating as it looks down towards you.
I shoot it.
Who was the one? Hold on, sorry. Who was the one that was doing the actual newspaper research on the cult originally? Last session?
I
Was
believe
that-
was Lester and myself.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
so-
were several of us. Yeah. I mean,
Okay, well, you guys
James
all
was
looked at
there.
the newspapers and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Jaeger, not Jaeger.
this
he
weird-
was tailoring.
This weird looking guy, this pseudo-human form, is of course unrecognizable because of the body is not like a normal human, but it does look like it once was human, but the face is recognizable. It takes you a minute, but in some of those photos from the newspaper, the former chief of police of Hushwood, 1962, the original arresting officer. And he leaps down towards you, Michael, attacking, stretching out these strange spider-like limbs as it flies from the tree above. And that's where we're going to take a break. So we'll be right back after that. See you guys in a few. everybody had a nice break while we were collecting ourselves. But this. All right, so when we went to break, we had just essentially started combat. This creature, this former human, the face of this police chief Hushwood from the 1960s, leaping down from the branches of the trees above you, straight towards you, Michael. What do you do? If you can't tell, that means you're going first in this combat.
I'm going to leap out of the way.
Okay, you're gonna try to get out of the way.
Yes.
Let me adjust my sound. You sounded quiet. All right, turn that down. Okay. So you're gonna try and jump out of the way. I think that's an act under pressure. What isn't it? Hold on. There it goes.
Oof.
That's a failure.
XP,
Hey,
bud.
you're getting XP. More XP for you. Okay. Well, you look up and are kind of just taken aback by this thing. You didn't expect to see it, first of all, but you looked up and you did see it, and then the human face caught you off guard because you were one of the people that were doing the research in the book. So you're kind of like, "What's that? Oh shit! I've seen that guy before," and you make that realization, that connection, that this was the chief of police. And I'll even say in this moment, you're able to connect the dots that he was certainly a member of that cult in some way, but you don't react fast enough, and it leaps on top of you, dealing 2 harm as it
Glad I
bites
didn't go.
bites into you, this mouth opening wide. Before it bites into you, it says in a kind of a strange guttural voice,
Feed.
bites into you, and yeah, it just takes a big chunk out of you. You take 2 harm, which I guess is reduced by 1, so you take 1 harm or whatever. But that's its turn, and then it turns towards whoever's next, who would be around it. I guess it would be Jaeger, because you were next to the door. So it looks up. This mouth, this jaw, kind of unhinged. Now recognizing the face of this police chief.
Jaeger wasn't part of that.
Unexpected company.
And it leaps towards you. So yeah, it's trying to pounce onto you. Looks like pulling out these strange spider-like limbs, and which are really just human limbs, kind of stretched and moved and sharpened on the ends. But yeah, it leaps at you with them. What are you doing, Jaeger?
Well, since I'm at the door, I'll just take cover.
Okay. I guess it's gonna be an
Duck
act under
out of the
pressure
way.
too. Yeah.
He's no, 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 no. Do not touch me.
Mixed success. Sure here. Okay.
Yeah, because Jaeger
A
wasn't part of
worse,
that
a
investigation.
worse outcome, a hard choice, or price to pay. Okay, so it's leaping at you. You're gonna take harm. That would be the outcome, right? Is you would leap and it would claw into you, and you would take some harm from that. So I'm gonna give you a choice, I think. Worse outcome, hard choice, or price to pay. Actually, I'll tell you what. So its attack would normally, with the claw thing, would deal 3 harm. I'll give you a choice. You can either take 1 harm and get out of the way, but Michael will be exposed, Or no, not Michael. Whoever's next closest. So that would be. Either Jane or Lester.
Gonna like together. Probably.
Why don't you
hang
two
back
just
a little
roll
bit.
d6 each, and we'll see who's technically closer.
Leave it up to the dice. Oh,
Oh wow! All right.
is it too late to use your boon?
I'm not gonna use
you
the
don't
on
have
that.
I'm burning low.
Push
assume you're
Lester
joking.
in front of.
All right, so yeah, so he's gonna leave it, Jane. So the
I have
so-
I have an intuition where I
hold
saw
on,
this
it's
happening.
still Jaeger's turn.
Okay, sorry. All right, I see. I see.
So you have a choice, Jaeger. You can take one harm, get out of the way, and it puts her in danger. It'll set up a hard move for Jane, or you can take 2 harm and not get out of the way and stay here and only get part of the way, partially out of the way, reducing the harm by 1 instead of taking 3. Your choice: 1 harm or 2 harm, but you put Jane in danger if you take 1.
Well, I gotta protect my teammates, so I'll take the 2 harm and
Okay.
tank.
You go to leap to the left out of the way. You see Jane there, kind of like turning its head briefly towards her in the moment. And it makes you hesitate. You don't want to leave her. You know that she's gonna be slashed here if you do. And instead, you don't go all the way. You don't dive completely out of the way and take a stab from this strange limb in the gut. You take 2 harm.
Gross.
And I guess I'll just.
Company so soon after waking.
Pull
All
out
right.
My blessed knife. And that, I guess, will be it.
Yep. All right. So that's gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on Lester, actually. I think in this situation because he rolled better on that last roll. But narratively in position here. But it turns its attention. It looks like still kind of focused on and Jaeger at the moment, but it's kind of pulling back to strike Jaeger again. Lester, what do you do?
I'm trying to shoot it in the head.
Okay. Act under pressure. That's not a kick some ass roll. That's an act under pressure because you're all this
you
shit's
gotta aim.
going down. Yeah.
Yeah. Precision.
If he was in melee combat, wrestling around with it, trying to shoot it, that'd be a kick some ass. But he's like, oh shit, it's hurting my friends, and he's got to aim and not hit his friends.
He never trusted the cops.
Which, by the way, if you fail, oh baby, okay.
Put that voodoo on him.
Yeah. What's
Hey,
the
XP?
Yep. Get an XP.
Oh,
what's
yeah,
the
mark XP.
What's the harm on your gun? 3. All right, Jaeger.
0.
Jaeger.
I
Go ahead
have
and,
1.
What gun
Roll me
is
a-
it?
it's a 9mm.
It's a healing
2.
gun.
2. Okay.
yeah,
A
2.
healing gun. Noted. All right, Jaeger. I'll let you roll an act under pressure.
Lester, stop healing all the enemies.
Okay.
Oh, that's
so you'll
good.
you'll take 1 harm from it as you kind of move to the side as you see him shooting, aiming like muzzle discipline, very poor muzzle discipline. Shoots like a couple of shots towards you. One of them grazes your rib cage. You take 1 harm. Okay.
You just get punching bag right now.
And that doesn't stop it, so it slashes you, and you take another 2 harm.
What?
Yeah, that was the move it set up. Jaeger.
Yeah, I was trying to stop it.
Oh,
from
that was the-
hitting.
He didn't stop it.
Jaeger.
Instead, he accidentally shot Jaeger for 1 harm.
that's
So he did 3
3
harm this round.
Yeah.
Jaeger's pretty hurt.
Not an ideal
That's not good.
turnout.
Remember, you can spend a luck to not take the harm. Keep that in mind. All right.
It's a trap.
At this point, it's going to cock its head to the side at an odd angle that seems like it should be impossible. Open its mouth wide once again.
Did my child bring you?
And it's going to leap towards Jane. Pulling back and taking off midair towards Jane right now, slashing out. Jane, what are you doing in response? This whole time you've kind of been stumbled back and in shock by the whole thing. Of course, it'll only be a couple seconds, but
I'm going
saw
to
Jaeger get
grab,
shot.
reach down where I had landed this cold iron shovel up against a tree, grab it, and try to whack him as he comes. Click as he lands in front of me.
Okay.
We'll hit him in the face.
Sorry. That's a kick some ass roll. Advanced success. Well, you don't have advanced on it yet, but that is a 12. 12 on a kick some ass. Choose one extra effect. You gain the advantage, take +1 forward, or give +1 forward to another hunter. You inflict terrible harm, so that's +1 harm in addition to the harm that your weapon would normally do. You suffer less harm, which is -1 harm, or you force them where you want them.
I am going to so as I hit him, I'm gonna try to back him up to where Michael can get a good shot in. So I'm
Are
gonna
you giving
give
him +1
Michael
forward, or are
+1
you...
forward.
Okay. All right. So for the shovel, I'm gonna say it's a 1 harm weapon.
Yeah.
So yeah, you deal 1 harm to him.
Would you consider it an old-fashioned hand weapon?
It's not really a
AK.
weapon.
With my ancient fighting arts to kick in.
Oh yes, the ancient art of shovel.
Farming tools were like some of the earliest weapons.
It's not a farming tool. It's a
Great
fireplace
point.
poker.
Great point, society.
Fireplace
Fantastic point. Many a farm has been defended with a good shovel.
Which medieval weapon that you trained with is similar enough to this that you're making the argument that you're using as that?
I mean, just basic, someone that's. I mean, I own a mace that's my normal sort of ancient fighting
Right.
weapon. It's not so dissimilar.
Basically
than
a
that.
shovel. Yeah.
A square mace. It's a mace that got ran over.
By a reindeer.
Yeah, I'll let you use your ancient fighting arts. I mean, I feel like if anybody would be good at swinging a heavy metal thing around in the party through training, it's only going to be you, given the fact that you're the only one that has the actual martial arts training. So yeah, I think that narratively, and given the context of our TV show, I think that makes sense. So go ahead.
Love that. That says +1 harm.
Okay.
So 2 harm from a cold arm thing.
Nice.
I will say it doesn't look like it's doing any like extra supernatural damage to him because it's cold iron. You don't see like
I take
it's
the shovel
sizzling
and
or-
break it over my
or
knee.
anything.
This is bullshit.
it just you're like, oh, it's
Yeah, it
iron.
burns. Yeah.
Why did I do that? But yeah, no, I mean it's like you're hitting a flesh and blood man with a heavy piece of iron. It's definitely hurting him. But
It does seem to do proper damage though.
it does seem to do damage. Yes, you
Okay.
are hurting him.
And since he doesn't hurt me, yada yada.
It does not say he doesn't hurt you.
Yeah, that was a joke. Sorry.
You also take
Nice
2
try.
harm.
That was such a good try. That was such a good try.
Okay. You also take 2 harm as he pins you to the ground and pierces this strange limb through your shoulder, briefly pinning you to the forest floor. It's face now opening wide, like he's going to bite you on the face. Like he's gonna try and bite your face off.
No.
That's what I'm doing. That's my turn. So Michael, you're up.
Also, Jaeger, don't forget you get that plus. You still have that +1.
Wait, isn't it Gideon's turn?
Oh, you wanted to go at that point? Yeah, go ahead, Gideon.
All right. So I'm back at the tailor shop. You see Gideon, and he's got the two couples, and they're sitting in their chairs. And so I don't know if you guys have ever heard about the story about the Grove experience. I think I'd like to share that with you all.
That another ghost story?
Kind of, actually. So, I don't know. You can see in the pamphlets I gave you right there, and I'll give, if anyone doesn't have one, I'll slide another fresh one over. And I'll open up to say, yeah, up on the first part, there's some pictures too, so you can follow along if you like. But this was way back when, 1800s. Joseph Smith was having a real crisis of conscience, if you will, about, being a sinner, really, and just, he was worried about himself.
They're all like looking at you and then like looking at each other.
And so one day he went to the stump where he chops wood, and he went to pray, and he was praying there, and all of a sudden he felt this like other presence around him, and his tongue began to swell, and he couldn't pray anymore, and he shook it off.
Like you ate some bad mushrooms or something.
Oh, I know, right? It gets a little crazier actually. So, but he might have a stomach ache. I don't know, but
Maybe some of that ergot.
what's that? I don't know. Anyway,
It's that mold that made those people in France dance themselves to death.
oh, maybe. I don't know. This was a little different than dancing. He shook that off, and he was able to start praying again, and he prayed louder and harder, and he felt the darkness grow around him, and his tongue swelled up again, and he couldn't speak, and he started choking, and he fought that even harder and was able to pray again for a third time. And when he was able to pray, he felt that darkness just lift, and a beam of light shot down from the heavens above and surrounded him and the trees around him, and he was worried for a second the trees were going to catch on fire, and he saw
Aliens.
these two beings appeared in front of him. And he knew who they were. He knew it was the Heavenly Father and his son Jesus. And one of the figures said, "This is my son, listen to him." And he told him that mankind is sinners and the world is corrupt, but I forgive you. I forgive you, Joseph Smith. I forgive you. But you have to go, and you have to live by my teachings, and you have to spread this joy to people, everyone around you.
I'm gonna say like you're probably gonna. I think you need to like roll manipulate someone.
Okay.
They're all looking at you like really confused and like sort of terrified. Okay. So none of them back up out of the assault circle, but Christopher does sort of stand up. You can see they're starting to look a little bit more nervous now. They're not exactly comforted by your tale. That's nice about the alien stuff, man. And he like pats you on the shoulder.
Yeah, aliens.
Aliens.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we'll flip back over to Michael. Yeah, aliens.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
All right. Yep. Our camera shifts back to the combat in the forest now. Gideon staying here, like
Jinx
holding his
just
like
having
guts in,
landed
trying to convert people
blow
to Mormonism.
Stumble it back towards me a little bit. Michael cocks his head. Feed? Yes, feed. And he'll latch on with his claws and try and bite down onto it.
Okay. Let's kick some ass. You have +1 forward. Keep that in mind. Jane gave you that. Ooh, that's a big old 13.
Big old 13. Big old number.
All right. You gain advantage, so take +1 forward, or give +1 forward to another hunter. Inflict terrible harm, which is +1 harm. Suffer less harm, which is -1 harm, or you force them where you want them.
I will
If you force them where you want
inflict
them, you
terrible
can.
harm.
If you force them where you want them, I'll let you prevent them from biting Jane.
Okay, yeah. I'll do that. Kind of
Okay.
wrenching with my jaw to pull it away from its planned attack.
Okay, so like a scene from
The bite
Alien,
is 3
this
harm.
this maw is coming straight down towards you, Jane, like drooling right towards your face. You flinch away for just a brief moment, and then Michael claws into the back and bites into it and pulls it away, and it just snapped away from your face as he pulls it a good 6 or 7 feet away, kind of sliding across the dirt of the forest floor here, and the muck and the leaves beneath the trees. Rolling in the ground now with you, Michael. The creature looks to you and kind of looks surprised, to be fair, but it also looks like it's not so surprised that it's not going to just try to fight the thing that's biting it. But it does say,
Strange guest this year.
and it's gonna try to bite you too. So it begins to go in for a big bite. This strange, like snake-like neck curling around, this maw opening up wide, and going in for a bite. Jaeger, do you want to do something about that? Because it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll try and stop the beast getting its way.
It's a piece of that. Is that a move? Give me a piece of that.
What do you? So what exactly are you doing? Tell me what you're doing.
It's lunging forward, so I'll step in front with
No, they're
the knife.
rolling. They're rolling together in the forest, sliding across the ground where Michael pulled it up off of her, and he's literally latched on with his own bite to it right now, and it's biting onto him at this moment. It's about to, as they're rolling in a heap.
Oh.
What do you do?
Look for
He's
some
like
way to
sliding
help
out in
Michael.
front of you. Okay.
Maybe
well,
hand him
tell me what
a
you
weapon
do.
or something.
Okay, so you're gonna like run up to him and try and hand him a weapon or something?
You would know I don't use weapons.
Yeah, that's true. You're more just a claw.
You,
point
you do
kind of guy.
training. All right. Well, what are you gonna do?
I'll
You
just advise him on where to strike.
Okay, so you're like
Maybe,
coaching from the side, trying to not get
Yeah.
into the melee because you don't want to get hit yourself. Okay, so that's a help out roll then.
Watch out for his cross.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, Michael, watch out for whatever.
Got a mean left
You
hook.
got a mean left hook.
It must be true. Shit.
Failure. All right, so go ahead and give yourself an XP. And, let's see. Yeah, so you make it worse for him. So it gets its hard move off, and it bites into you, and it does 3 harm, which is reduced by 1 harm, so 2 harm.
You at?
And
I'm at 3 to 7 harm, so I'm
everybody's getting fucked up.
unstable.
This is not good, guys.
Yeah, it's just dangerous. All right. So yeah, it bites into you and rips some flesh and fur away, and looks over and tries to separate itself away from you, taking the opportunity to do so, kind of scattering back. Looks around at all of you, sort of climbing up a tree. For a brief moment, you're all kind of like, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Like, it's up in the trees, you can hear it shifting around. Everybody's kind of like looking up for where it's coming from, standing up. I'll give everybody an opportunity to like get up, kind of brush themselves off, looking around. But the combat's still happening. A few seconds go by. Lester,
Make a break for the house.
directly above your head, you hear as the leaves rustle. You look up and see the face leaping down from the trees, straight, like directly from above, straight down on top of you. What do you do?
I'm
Let's die.
fucking try to shoot it in that nasty head.
Okay, so you're just gonna stand there and just aim up and shoot?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be
Oh, blast him, dude.
that would be an act under pressure, I would say. But because you are in direct, like it's meleeing you situation, I'm gonna switch it to a kick some ass because I don't want to add a damage on top of an act under pressure, so I'm gonna use the kick some ass. So, yeah, that's gonna be a
that
kick some ass.
sucks.
You're
But
gonna John Wick him.
hold on. But what I was gonna say is, I think it would be a kick some ass roll that would use your cool instead of your tough.
Style points. Definitely some John Wick action.
Well, because your cool is literally like staying cool, like keeping your cool.
I put on my sunglasses and then shoot it. All right.
Toothpick.
So yeah, so roll cool.
Oh my god.
Long drag of a cigarette.
Did you roll cool or did
No.
you roll
I'm
tough?
gonna die. I rolled cool.
Oh, can you actually make a kick some ass roll cool?
Yeah,
Without
that's
it?
super
I
stab.
think you
That's
can.
cool.
Yep.
That's cool
Yep.
because I don't have that I don't see that since I'm not playing the character. All right,
Yeah, let's see that.
that's neat. All right, so just making sure. So that's a failure. So that means you're gonna take damage. You get an XP.
Yeah.
So yeah, you just take the damage. You shoot and miss, and it leaps on top of you and claws in. You take 2 harm.
Oof.
You're mean.
And it opens its maw wide to try to bite you, and begins to kind of clench down as it does so. But then seeing Michael and Jane and Jaeger all standing so close by, it basically like goes to bite you and sort of like leaps back and off of you towards Jane. Instead, choosing a target nearby as opposed to once again trying to take out this person and then getting fucked up by somebody else, showing that it is intelligent. This is not a beast. Of course, it's been talking too, so hopefully you got that already. But yes, Jane, it leaps towards you, both claws extended this time. What do you do?
I will once again I'll try to time it and do a full body like roundhouse, so like I'll spin to like get extra momentum.
All right.
Which is a move I do at the gym all the time, and lay into him with the shovel.
Okay. That's a kick some ass roll. I will also use as an opportunity to remind Jaeger and Lester, you do have boons. All right, kick some ass roll, Jane.
And Jaeger, you still have that. You have that +1 from my fortune telling.
Marking XP.
Ding, level up, baby. Eat shit.
Wow. All right, well, you take 2 harm as this thing leaps on you.
Worth it.
Essentially
If you
impales you.
survive, you'll level up.
It pulls back quickly, now having learned its lesson, kind of back flipping off of you, skittering back up the tree once more. There's this sort of, once again, a brief reprieve as you're all kind of listening for where it's coming from. Michael, directly above your head, you hear the same sound Lester had just heard but a few seconds before. You look up in preparation as this creature descends on you, claws extended. What do you do?
I'm gonna jump up with my claws as a spear and counter attack it.
Yep, let's kick some ass roll. And then you get +1 forward. Keep that in mind.
Jeez,
13.
man. You rolled.
Michael can fight, that's for damn sure. All right, so okay, well, as I said before, you can take +1 forward. You can give +1 forward to another hunter. You can inflict terrible harm, so that's 1 additional harm. Take 1 less harm when it hurts you, or force it where you want it.
I'm going to take 1 less harm.
Okay. All right, so you essentially both collapse once again into a pile. You managing to get your claws in there. It managing to bite you. You take 1 harm then, and which I guess means you take no harm since you have negative. You have 1 armor or whatever. And
Just
then
get some fur.
yeah, it just gets a big mouthful of fur and claws and stuff as you guys go down into a clump and roll through the mud and muck as it leaps up away from you, kind of snarling.
Tougher than usual.
And looks over to Jaeger, who's been yelling out, "Watch out!" He's giving you those forwards and stuff, and
Not helping.
just takes begins to gallop straight towards you on all 4s at incredible speed, Jaeger, and lashes out, maw open to bite, not to claw, which does more damage. What do you do, Jaeger?
Turn and run into the building.
Turn and run into the building. Okay. Okay, act under pressure. Okay. Let's see. Do what you wanted to do. Special or what you want to do. Oh yeah, but you don't have that because you're not advanced yet. You can't do the advanced stuff yet. Okay, so you do what you set out to do. So you run inside the cabin. Is that what you said you were doing? Is that
Yeah.
what I heard? Okay, so you just kind of roll out of the way and run inside the cabin, which has the door like collapsed in where Michael kicked it in, but it's still there, and you manage to sort of push the door back for a brief moment as the thing collides with the particle board and cracks it in half, and snarls and leaps back. You don't take any harm, but it doesn't take
Except
any
for
harm
the
either.
shotgun trap that you step into.
But now that's already been away by
other one.
Michael. Now the other one, the other 3.
Yeah. Got
It's
him.
not D&D. Maybe in a D&D dungeon I would do that. But I mean, I did trap a door. I did figure out a way to trap a door in a not
Alright,
D&D
brother,
game.
fine.
So.
Yeah, that's true. There's
Shotgun
traps
trap,
everywhere.
bitches.
Check for traps.
Yeah. Don't you ever doubt that I'm gonna trap some shit. Okay. Anyway.
Check for traps.
So yeah, you avoid harm. It kind of bounces off this particle board door, the door like what was left of it after Michael kicked it in, but it basically fell off the hinges before, but was still a board. But now it's just like a broken in half board that you kind of held there for a second, and you're on your feet. It kind of jumps back from crashing into this wood, spits out some particle board, turns to its left. It's conveniently close to Lester, and lashes out with its backhanded claw towards you. What do you do, Lester?
I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. All right. Well, it's definitely gonna be the same exact situation you were in before, because it's making a melee. So just go ahead and roll me a kick some ass with cool.
Lester.
One of these
weird.
He's not
days.
good at cool either. It's not like tough. He's not good at either of those things.
Hey, advanced
Hey,
success.
you succeeded though. All right.
Big time
He,
succeed.
he can't get advanced yet, but
I was pulling the wrong trigger this whole time.
so again, you choose one extra effect. You either you can take one less damage, you can deal one more damage, one harm, less harm, not damage, and you can or you could take advantage, so take +1 forward, or give +1 forward to somebody else, or force them where you want them.
I'm gonna take one less damage.
Take one less damage. All right. So how much harm does your gun deal?
2.
2. All right. So that's there. All right. So you actually shoot, and it hits, and it stumbles a bit as it stabs into you. Not quite getting as deep as you might would have been hit earlier, but it still stabs you some. So you take. So you said one less. You said 1 harm. Okay. Then it pulls back, kind of stumbling away from this gunshot now, and once again leaps up into the trees. This time, not climbing all the way up, but leaps off of the trunk of the tree towards you, Jane, midair, slashing out with its claws. What do you do?
I close
He has
my
got a hard time with
eyes.
this guy.
I close my eyes and get a strong sort of deja vu that this exact scene I had flashed in Jaeger's basement. So I will do what I want to do is do a roll forward, kind of underneath his attack, and come up and hit him without him hitting me.
Okay, and you're using
the
one of your.
last hold from the fortune to preemptively warn someone about an attack so that it doesn't happen.
And that person being yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works. So spend your hold.
Okay. That's the last one.
And I'll say you duck underneath this swing just at the last moment, kind of like not even like a perfect roll underneath, but probably like remembering that brief moment. There's sort of a like, oh shit, like duck underneath it backwards for a second, and then roll to the side, getting the stab in with your little weird dagger you talked about. So go ahead and tell me what your harm is.
Well, do you still want me to roll for the to make sure I land the attack?
I'll say an act under pressure would work for that. Actually, yeah, you're not going to take damage because you used a hold, so
Right.
so kick some ass doesn't make sense. But an act under pressure would make sense to make sure you actually can connect during this moment.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
So yeah,
lucky.
where's that a hard choice or a price to pay? So I will say you I say you still do your damage no matter what, but the maybe it'd be fun to do a price to pay. Yeah, I think we'll do a price to
Fun
pay.
for
So,
who exactly?
so I think as you kind of react to this and manage to get this stab in, it's a good deep stab, but like the awkward positioning between you two and it leaping away in surprise takes your weapon with it. And you lose your dagger.
You're gonna want that back.
I had plans for that.
Well, it's stuck in its ribcage right now as it leaps away from you. But how much harm is it?
Sorry, let me look this up.
This dude was using the myling to bring him food. Huh.
How much harm?
I'm assuming it's 1 harm, but it's old-fashioned, so that would be, I guess, 2 harm.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, it takes the dagger with it as it kind of leaps backwards, sliding in the dirt here towards you, Michael, and just kind of turns effortlessly and bites at you, like leaps to take a bite, which is the bigger attack towards you. What do you do?
Kind of stiff arm, grab under its jaw to try and stop it, and do a counter bite.
Okay, that's a kick some ass.
Counter bite. Oh,
Okay,
yeah, dude.
so once again, you can +1 forward, give a forward, inflict terrible harm, take 1 less harm, which sounds like you were trying to take less harm.
Yeah.
Okay, so because this is a 3 harm attack, not a 2 harm attack, you would still take 2 harm from the attack as you bite into it, it kind of manages to get you a little bit, but you take 2 harm instead of 3, so I guess you only take 1.
Yeah, don't quite stop all of it, but I'm starting
Mostly.
to learn its moves.
But you
Getting a good bite
do
on
deal your harm. So how much do you do?
My bite does 3.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, so I've bitten it twice now.
Yep. Yeah, and with that, you essentially bite into its throat, and you just hear this crunching sound as you crush its spinal column, and it stops moving entirely.
Whoa. The spider.
Rear
cop?
back my head.
You,
Let
you-
out
you
a
can see it's still
big-ass
twitching.
howl.
Like it's still alive, but it can't move.
I'm going to
You can
take my
see
claw and
the wounds
stab it
themselves
in through the
healing
heart.
a little bit. Okay, so you just start like clawing it apart.
I'm losing myself a little bit and just kind of repeatedly stabbing.
Okay. Well, it can't move, so you're not gonna do a. I'm not gonna make you do a roll for that. But yeah, how far do you want to take that? It's the only question I gotta ask about that.
Just keep stabbing repeatedly.
Kalima.
Okay. But yeah, you're
More of
aware
an
of, buddy.
Evangelion
You would remove the heart, and it's this black, shriveled mass that's still beating in your hand as you pull it free from the body,
Michael,
and it's still beating.
Okay.
Hearing Jinx pipe up, I'll just kind of stop. I had it like slightly bending towards my mouth, just a final chomp, but stop myself.
And you can see that the creature is still.
Stab that fucking heart.
Jaeger,
Jaeger.
what's happening here?
So sorry, hold on, Jane. You say that out, and Jaeger. You were just in the cabin as you slid back in here and get the door broken and stuff. I'll say you kind of crashed into the cabin pretty hard there when you were diving in to avoid the getting killed stuff. So I'll say you slid across that moldy ass nasty sleeping bag that's in here. There's bones in it.
Oh no.
Jaeger, get out here.
Do I think the two are linked?
I don't know. Do you?
I personally don't know shit about
Are they
mines.
kids' bones?
The sleeping bag was little, he said. I remember it specifically said it was a smaller size sleeping bag. And there's only candy wrappers around.
I'll scoop up the sleeping bag with the
Only about like 20 pounds or so.
Well, there it is. So we got a berry.
And I'll come out and I guess see the still beating heart of the creature.
It's still
my
moving creature on the ground
Claws
too.
digging just slightly into the heart a little more.
I'm gonna shoot it in the head while Michael's eating the heart.
Okay.
He's not eating the
I-
heart.
No roll for that. You walk up to it. and just
Michael's staring
plow
at
right in the head?
Jaeger
Yep.
almost for like a
Yep,
yes
okay.
or no, as the claws are clearly inclined towards crushing the
All right.
heart.
Well, in the middle of that, bang! As Lester shoots it in the side of the head, it's still moving even after you do that.
I'll kind
What
of
the
quick step
fuck?
up towards Michael using the holy dagger and I'll stab the heart.
Oh, okay. The consecrated one,
Yeah, the blessed,
the silver
blessed
one.
dagger.
Okay.
Well, it's not
Um,
silver, it's just holy.
It's blessed though, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you pierce the heart, and the creature on the ground just slumps over and stops moving. And the heart shrivels, turns to dust in your hand, Michael.
You shouldn't eat those sort of things.
What was the creature? You probably don't know, but I will allow, I think, Jaeger, just because of just seeing all of that, to try to make like a investigate a mystery roll. I think just seeing all that play out in front of him since he's an expert.
That thing. It's an abomination. Wonder what Joseph Smith would think about that.
It's a good thing Jaeger is not here to tell you. All right, mixed success. You're not 100% sure. I'll say you gather that this is some type of ghoul. The things you know about creatures such as this is they are a form of undead, though it's more like a living undead. They're usually created by like very powerful forces. Like historically, there have been like in the Middle Ages and stuff. There were stories of like necromancers and witches and stuff. That way, whether they're like overlaid between like real witches that were like just peaceful people or like actual sorcerers of darkness or something that were just blamed on witches. It's hard to say because it's the Middle Ages, but as far as you know, there were ghouls involved in some of the Crusades. There were kind of like a period of history in Britain during the Dark Ages after Rome left that involved sort of a brief period of rule by an organization that used them that were like kind of like wiped out by groups of hunters and stuff. Some of the earlier hunters in that area back in the day. There are even stories that go as far back as like druids dealing with stuff like this. But it's pretty weird that you would see something like this here. It's like not a thing that you would ever see in America. But neither is an Alp. And all kinds of stuff is starting to show up here. But that's all you'll get for that.
Michael drops to his knees, going back to human form, like visibly super fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Just bleeding all over the place.
First
Some
aid.
bite wounds. So, bury the bones.
Oh, yes. Handing the sleeping bag off to Jane or Lester, whoever's closer.
Less injured too.
That too.
Pretty
Yeah.
fucked up.
Guess we're back
So
a
probably
quarter
Lester.
miles into the woods now. Keep that in mind. Maybe a little bit more than that.
I only have 3 harm.
We need to bury that properly.
The bones
Yeah,
have to
by-
be with
by-
the other bones.
By
Graveyard.
properly,
Yeah.
you would know because you have the Myling concept now. That means hollowed ground. You can't just bury it here in the forest or something.
Want to go to sunset if we can.
Others are.
Alright, I'll take the bag.
I want to do first aid on everybody. It's like we're all
Okay,
thank
I'll say you guys
thank
basically
you.
crawl your way out of the woods, like get to the car, and that's where you do a bunch of first aid on everybody. Everybody gets back one harm for the first aid. Take a few minutes there doing that, patching yourselves up, getting back in the car, and you drive just down to Sunset Cemetery. Is that what you're saying? All right, so it's gonna be about 2:30 a.m. at this point. After all that trekking through the woods and dealing with all that stuff, so you arrive at Sunset Cemetery. It's not very far at all from where you were. So it takes you
Perfect
maybe
cemetery hours.
like
Jinx, do you have that shuttle?
5 minutes.
The fucking iron
It's hardly an appropriate tool.
I don't think you're gonna be able
um,
to dig a grave with that, buddy.
Oh, I can. Don't ask how I know.
Kind of a little more.
I mean,
rested,
you're
at
hunters,
least.
so digging up bodies and burning them is not a unheard of thing. So I mean, like Jaeger having a
Yeah, that's what I was.
shovel in the
get
in his
to, yeah.
trunk or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna
like
say it's my
a full
car. I
spade or
probably have a
something.
shovel.
Yeah, you
I
probably
wouldn't.
have all
I
that.
wouldn't
Some
doubt
big
that.
paws to help scoop.
The worst case scenario is you'd have to swing by the tailor shop or whatever to pick one up.
I mentioned the graveyard might have a shed
Shed.
for tools and stuff on site. But that would
this
probably
done,
require a
this-
little more breaking and entering.
We have to. This poor little girl needs to rest.
Yeah. Hop the fence and start digging, I guess.
Okay, so you pull I'll say you have a shovel, not like multiple shovels, in your in the trunk of your car, and the four of you hop the fence and go into the cemetery.
Yeah.
Where do you go in the cemetery?
I understood we knew where the
Where
the
the other
mass
children and
graves
stuff
where
are.
the other children were. Let's go there. Yeah.
It's not to be clear, they're not mass graves. They are
Well, I thought you said
individual
something
graves.
along those lines. They're just not labeled. They're not individually labeled. Like, there's no names because they don't know their names.
Yeah. But yeah,
With the other kids sounds good.
okay. So I'll say you can find an area not too far away from them, just that doesn't already have a body in it in the cemetery. And you begin digging. There's no roll for that. It takes a while to dig. Typically, you can do it in about if it's like two people passing it back and forth. They say you can do it in 6 hours, pretty easily if you know what you're doing. But
Also a
because
child grave.
there's yeah, I mean it can be a little shorter. That's true. But because there's four of you and one of you is a werewolf man, I'll say that you could probably do it in like 3 hours, maybe, like half that time, which would put it at about 5:30 in the morning. So the sun is just coming up over the horizon now as you've shoveled your last bit of dirt out of this grave to make it deep enough to count as a grave, basically. What do you do?
Bring the bag over. And I'll reach in and reverently pull out the bones.
Okay. Because it's the
Put
first time
them in
you're
the
pulling
hole.
them out of the thing, you can see that they are indeed the bones of a small child wrapped in a long, rotted away white dress. Inside there's a little teddy bear that's also mostly rotted away.
Put that in the grave too.
Okay.
I think they're children's bones, but I'll lick it just to be sure.
Hey, Hopper.
Surprise, midget bones.
All right, so you put the bones in the grave.
I'm gonna have to piss off little person chasing us around. Yeah, put them in the grave. I
Should have been
guess
a weird
I'll
time, Hopper.
kneel down by the opening. I hope now you can.
Is this a
I
bad
wish,
time?
I wish Gideon was here. I hope now you can find the piece you were looking for. And I'll nod to Michael to push in the dirt.
Okay.
Scooping it in.
All right, so you place the bones, the rotted teddy bear, into the grave. You guys spend the last 3 hours digging here, and Michael, you begin to push the dirt from the pile back in, which doesn't take anywhere near as long as the actual digging of it did. And about 15, 20 minutes of pushing dirt back into the hole later, you think that it's fallen off. I mean, it's obviously a recently dug grave. There's no headstone, but there is a recently dug grave here.
While he was doing that, I will break off a couple branches of a nearby tree and pull out a bit of string and lash a little makeshift cross out of the 2 sticks and stick it into the ground.
Okay, so you stick the cross into the ground, and there is a flicker in the sunlight as it comes in over the wall of the graveyard, kind of through the branches. In that sort of flicker that happens as the sun just gets to a point where the angle is high enough to where you can kind of see it moving for a brief moment during sunrise through the branches. And that little flicker in the burning fog here, you can see a little girl in a white dress who just looks at you for a moment, turns away, and walks off into the fog and disappears.
She's hunting
And
again.
she's on the hunt.
I told that bitch we just wanted to talk.
I'll look at Jane and be like, should probably call Gideon, let them know they're safe.
Yes, good idea. Let's head back to the car and we'll do that.
Okay. The last little rays of the sunrise coming up over the trees. The oranges changing to blues as you step into the vehicle.
Hopefully the groundskeeper will see this and
Hey, thanks for the follow, Vivek.
make it more permanent.
Okay. So you get into the car and drive away. All right. So you drive back to the tailoring shop, I assume.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah,
Then.
Better stop for some sausage and bacon on the way.
But you do have options for that on your way there. Actually,
Any
you're looking
place
to
open
eat.
that early?
And I would,
Yeah, I mean, it's
I would
absolutely.
call.
It's 6 a.m. Go ahead.
Good morning, Gideon. I trust everyone is well there.
Oh, yeah, Miss Meyer. Kind of tired. Everything all right on your end, though?
Yes, I believe we've been successful, and they should have no more problems from that little girl.
Oh, it's fantastic news. Really happy to hear
She's
that.
sleeping in Sunset Hills with her unfortunate friends.
Well, y'all did a really good thing here today, I think. I'll go ahead and let the couples know that everything's all right. And they can go on home.
Yeah, send them on their way and get
Since
the
you're talking on
infirmary
the
fired
phone,
up.
you'll hear from the other. Everything's all right. You go home, like you from over the phone. Jane, like you can anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Miss Meyer. Sorry, did you have anything else?
Just let them know they'll be getting big fat invoices here in the next few days.
Oh yeah, don't you worry. And then before you hang up, you probably hear Gideon start talking to them about like, now if you have any other questions about anything that I've talked about here tonight, and you hear the phone click.
Click. Yeah, I'll say on that note, they're like, we can go home, and they're just out of there as fast as humanly possible. Especially because they brought their car too. Like all 4 of them get in that guy's car, and he drives them, and they're new friends now. There's your couple friends. Yay! They take off down the road.
accomplished.
Okay, so with that, then this morning, I'm gonna skip ahead and have a couple quick scenes here, but first, I believe we'll go ahead and skip forward a few days after you guys have had some time in the infirmary to heal up and everything and patch yourselves up. I believe you wanted to have a scene, Jane. and Jaeger?
Let's say we're probably on a phone call. Yeah, Jaeger, you had mentioned to me about maybe beefing up the magical protections of your establishment.
Yes, especially given the recent circumstances.
Indeed.
Protecting the subway would be a great boon for the whole group.
Of course. Well, I've been making some preparations, so if you want to let the group know, we can all meet there perhaps in the morning and execute those changes.
Sure. I'll get donuts.
Perfect.
Right, we'll zoom ahead to the group meeting the next morning with donuts.
All right, so Jane's not there yet. You hear some banging outside, and maybe a clucking. The door opens. Jane comes in carrying a big crate, and you can kind of see above your door. There's like, you can see kind of the bottom half of a horseshoe that she has hung outside. She puts down the crate and takes out the little cage with the chicken. She reaches in and pulls out what appears to be a cold iron doorknob and a screwdriver. Here you go, Jaeger. The circle sends its regards. You probably just want to swap out the cylinders so you can use the same key. She pulls out a couple other tools and pulls out 5 small bags, similar to what we saw her do to her own home previously.
Right.
Just put these in each corner, in a cabinet or in the ceiling or maybe under the floorboards, wherever you can find a place that won't go noticed. And she does the same, so she like pries open the floor and
4 corners
puts
in the
one
middle.
in
One
the middle.
Yeah. Okay. Just make sure you remember that. That's all.
She pulls out her knife, her Chris knife, and carves a little sigil of
which you got back from the rib cage of the thing. Yeah.
Carves a little sigil in the door of some sort of repelling rune. She then pries open another part of the wall, reaches inside her crate and pulls out this little weird, sort of disturbing shape. As you look at it, you realize it's essentially a shriveled up cat, like a mummified cat. It's her name was Ash. She it's believed that cats have a sixth sense, if you will, and even in death, she will watch over this place for you. And she puts it into the wall and boards the wall back up.
Sounds Egyptian.
And then lastly, she goes where you have some pictures hanging in the back wall. She just takes them down and puts up a cross, a silver mirror, and what looks like a Christmas ornament, which is a witch's orb. It's supposed to fascinate certain evil spirits, so they get sort of distracted by it. And then lastly, she pulls up this like sealed bottle of just looks like general herbs and things, which is a witch's bottle, and she just puts that like on a really high shelf in the back where nobody would ever really pay any attention to it. And then she goes into your office. She then pulls out a sort of a large glass thing and kind of puts the chicken in. She pulls the chicken out of the cage, puts it sort of head down, so sort of upside down, and it kind of relaxes and stops squawking, and she pulls out her knife and slashes his throat. And she then that takes a few minutes, and then she sort of takes a little brush and just kind of like paints chicken's blood kind of around the windows and the door, where it's not really enough that it would be noticed. Okay, well that should help things out.
Durable.
So then she reaches into the crate and pulls out another bundle, goes into your office, and comes out wearing a like full sort of cultist robe. It's super deep black, but maybe a little bit of a crimson tinge, and has like a little red ribbon pin like on her lapel. And she just kind of gestures down to the haven, the stairs going down to the haven. Please join me.
You guys make your way down.
Yeah, certainly.
And she follows everyone down, closes the door behind her. She produces a large red candle, as well as the large garnet stone that we saw earlier, and places it next to it. And she lights the candle. Here commences a meeting of the Order of the Ancient Oak, the Hushwood, California chapter of the Bohemian Circle. Let us remind ourselves now that we are gathered here by the will of the Bohemian Circle. The Circle offers greater meaning to our short, borrowed lives, and it is our privilege to serve them without hesitation. The Circle is joined. Sorry, that's something I have to do for every meeting. I wish I could say it sounded better in Slavic, but anyway. As some of you know, I have a mysterious benefactor, and they are called the Bohemian Circle. It is centuries old. It goes back to old Europe, and they have one foot planted firmly past the veil. They ask me to do things from time to time and expect absolute obedience. They've asked me to move and integrate myself here in the Hushwood community in order to amplify my reach, and to report back. And as we all know, Hushwood sits nearer the veil than most other places, so it certainly has something to do with that. Otherwise, I essentially know nothing about who they are, what they want, or how they operate. Are you all members of the Bohemian Circle? Maybe. I guess you can decide that for yourselves if they ask me to ask you to do something for them. There's no membership card and no discounted Dutch's chicken. You do know it exists, which is something. It means also they probably know more about you than you may be comfortable with. I just have one contact, as one person above me that I go through. And I was given a certain amount of training when I lived in Prague, but otherwise that's it. I hardly notice I'm a member myself. I just do as I'm told. And any questions about this?
Are they good?
I just told you what I know. I don't know.
Do they ask you to do bad things?
I can't really speak on that.
Would they ask me to do bad things?
Not really. I don't know. They've asked me to do some weird things, and as I said, they don't take kindly to pushback. But no,
Well,
they've never
looks
asked
like-
me to do anything too terrible.
Well, if they
Too
killed
deep
monsters.
now, huh? That's a good point.
They do. They definitely have an interest in monsters. Not always to kill them, but I barely understand. I just, like I said, I get little snippets here and there.
Michael gestures towards the whole robe. Yeah, hardly notice, huh? Do
Have
they
you ever not?
know everything?
That's a good
I
point.
will glance at the garnet stone, and I'll just sort of shake my head, like I'll just give you a wide-eyed look, like, not now. Don't talk about this now.
I guess that answers my question too then.
I got one more.
Yes, Michael.
You need the rest of that chicken?
Well, let's have breakfast afterwards, after the meeting. My next point. I believe we may be in danger. An entity has taken an interest in my circle activities. I've reported it to them. I'll glance at the stone, and they seem a bit nervous, which is not something I've seen before. It seems to have the form of an old man and a big hat. There were some words on the wind and some tentacles. Gideon, it was there with us that day in the cemetery.
I saw him, Miss Meyer.
Somewhat now?
He's tall, right? Black hat.
Yeah, it's a large man shape with the hat and
I wasn't
tentacles.
sure I actually saw it. I didn't see any tentacles, I don't think, but I wasn't even sure I saw what I saw, to be honest.
It was there, and I've seen it several other times.
Well, that's a little disconcerting.
My house is warded against it, and Jaeger, your shop is now too. Among many other things. Obviously, those are just generic, bits of protection. There's no complete protection against all the things we might encounter. That's the specific monsters have to have specific protections, but that should give you a general background of protection.
Well, we have that, Miss Meyer, and we also have the protection of our Heavenly Father up above.
That's right.
Always
Gideon.
traveling with us. I hope you all know that.
So I don't know much more, but we'll have to tread carefully until it reveals itself further. Is there anything else we'd like to discuss?
Well, we should maybe look into what created that thing out in the forest. It was a
Oh
type
yes,
of
indeed.
Ghoul. I haven't had much time to look into it because of injuries.
Yeah.
But it
Wasn't
is
that
something we
just
should
a
collectively
cult
look into.
ritual?
I don't think it was.
Could you turn yourself into a ghoul?
Unlikely.
You think someone did this to him on purpose?
I think that there could be a greater foe that was just using him, perhaps.
Like I said, we need to look into it.
I will reach out to the circle to see what they know. They put me onto this situation anyway.
Okay.
Well, if that's all, the circle is broken. Never forget, it is secrecy and obedience that keep us the hunters and not the hunted. Meeting adjourned, and I'll blow out the candle.
I like the formalities.
They can look upon our meeting if they choose to. But no, the circle does not yet know of Michael's affliction, and I don't know what they would think about that. We sort of bent the rules a bit, so. But make no mistake that if we keep that from them, that puts us all in serious danger.
Is this the first time you've broken one of their tenants?
Certainly of this severity. It's not so much broken, but the potion we used was not necessarily something I was supposed to know of. But anyway, who's hungry? And I'll hold up the chicken.
Well, about that time, you hear a ding from the bell, like somebody's trying to like ring the bell or whatever on the shop upstairs.
Excuse me. I'll head upstairs.
You need help?
Oh, no. Enjoy the donuts.
Yeah, I think I'll have the donuts.
I'll shrug and just throw the whole chicken towards Michael.
That's funny. Okay, so I'm gonna use a keeper move real quick, and let's see. I'm just gonna split the party and put Jane and Jaeger up top and everybody else downstairs. Talking about amongst yourselves or whatever. Jaeger, you go up to check the door, and so that's a split the party move. And Jane, you come up with him, and then
Come with me.
at the door you can see Deputy David Morin.
Fucking knew it.
You're downstairs, Lester.
Coming to tell me I was right the whole time. He's sorry that he didn't listen to me.
All right.
Oh,
so,
good morning.
So he waves because the door's locked or whatever because you haven't unlocked it. But he waves at the door.
I'll go unlock it.
right.
Morning, deputy.
Hey there, Mr. Toten. Those alterations finished up.
Oh yes.
Because
He's got stop by for those.
He's got a manila folder in his hand. Yeah, let me take a gander at it if you don't mind. And he walks into the tailor shop. You pull out the uniform, I assume.
Yeah.
And he holds up and he sets the manila folder down on the side. When he sets it to the side, he kind of does it a little bit haphazardly, and some of the papers and pictures kind of slide just outside of the manila folder. And Jane, you get a clear view of them on the counter as he's like holding up the shirt and looking at it.
I was gonna glance at Jane and then glance at the papers.
Okay.
Just in case.
You see one of the pieces of papers reads like evidence collection, essentially from the frat house case with the werewolves and stuff, and cataloged evidence, things like found on scene that shouldn't have been there, etc. And there's a picture of an iron cylinder, very similar to the one you dug out of the stump, Jane, in the graveyard for the circle. However, it's not the exact same as you see. It's the exact same shape and make, and you kind of recognize the spell work on it as being similar, if not identical, but it's not the exact same one because this one has a different seam on it. But there's a picture of it on the shelf up behind where that all happened when dude changed and all of that that you see for a brief moment. He holds up the shirt. Yeah, it looks pretty good. All right. And he folds it back up over his arm, picks up the manila folder and sets the clothes down on top of it. How much owe you?
I'll quote him a standard fare.
Okay. Yeah, we don't
Bro. Savage.
we don't have to go over too much there, but you quote him as standard fare. He pays it out happily, and folds all of it up, including grabbing the manila folder. He begins to walk out. Well, thanks, Mr. Toten. I appreciate it, ma'am. To you as he walks out, stops right at the door, turns around, and lowers his sunglasses down. His ubiquitous sunglasses down over his nose to look at you. You go ahead and tell Lester I said hi. There's a weird smirk, like something. He knows something. He just turns and walks out, and you hear the little bell.
He's also a spider demon.
All cops are spider demons.
All the deputies are. Yeah.
I just want to say quickly before I
he was a deputy.
obviously
He was in a different part of the department, actually. Anyway, continue. He's in the sheriff's department.
obviously before I appeared, I would have popped in his office and removed my cultist robe.
Sure.
So I would have come out. I would have come out, and then when I saw who it was, I would have undone a couple buttons in my blouse just to, give him an idea of
Okay.
why I was there, so early in the morning before opening and cover store.
All right, that's cool. So yeah, he walks on out, and then our camera moves away from the interior of the tailoring shop, down the crowded streets of Hushwood, the bustle speeding up before our eyes as the sun moves across the sky at incredible speed, eventually ending at night. The camera moving this whole time, slowly down the streets, eventually hitting the woods outside of Hushwood. Slowing down, now we have the night sky before us as our camera moves through these woods. We hear a distant howl. We see strange shadows elongating where they shouldn't. A few eyes in the dark that appear alongside as our camera moves through the forest, eventually getting to a specific graveyard just outside of town near a certain chicken restaurant that has a iron fenced in area in the middle of it, the stump of an old tree that Jane once pulled something from. Our camera moves towards this. We see a lone silhouette of a gentleman with a hat standing there, staring at it. There's a flash of lightning in a cloudless sky. And we see illuminated in this lightning a number of shapes, maybe 14 to 20 of these strange ghoul-like crawling figures, each of them almost ethereal, almost invisible, illuminated only by the flash of lightning as they crawl over this iron fence into this stump in the middle. The figure with the hat, the silhouette there, just stands and stares. And our camera goes black. And that's the end of the episode. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Sus.
Okay, so before I go to credits, sus.
I bet this goal's up to no good. That they're like.
All right, so we'll pick it up
something.
there. We'll pick it up next week with another mystery. But let's go ahead and do favorite moments and also XP stuff for the end of the session, and then yeah, we'll get to credits and everything. So let's go ahead and do the XP stuff first. So I'll just go ahead and pose the questions. Did we conclude the current mystery? Yes, you did. That's the end of Unwanted. You see why I named it Unwanted now? Because it was a myling.
Nice.
All right, so that's one question. Did we save someone from certain death or worse? Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Did we learn something new and important about the world? Yes, you did.
I'll say.
And did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters? Yes, you did. So if you get 1 or 2, mark 1. If you get 3 or 4, mark 2. So everybody gets 2 XP.
Nice.
Hey, the combo with all the claps. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Clap combo.
The clap combo.
Combo breaker.
Sounds like a thing you don't want. Okay, so
Back to back clap.
Fuck the clap combo.
so yeah, did anybody level up? I'm just curious.
Negatory.
No.
Nope.
Negatory.
Close.
One
Oh, I
away,
have-
yeah.
One more.
Obviously
I had
leveled up during
2
that battle.
failures that session, right?
We can find out real quick.
Good.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think it was 2. It's pretty easy to scroll up and see. Let's see. Did you record yours, Lester? Because you got one. I see here.
Yeah. Before. Yeah. I
I
had
think Lester
two.
got a
I
couple.
get 2. Yeah. Yeah. Michael, I see 1.
Yeah, just 2.
2. Yeah, I just see 2. All right. Yeah, it's really easy to go back and look at this system because of how that works. So yeah, that's cool. Let's go ahead and jump into favorite moments. Anybody want to start?
I'll go.
All right, Gideon, why don't you go ahead and just tell us your? Well, we can go to society now. You don't have to be a character. Society. What was your favorite? Let's just go with Jane moment.
Favorite Jane moment? Definitely gonna have to be. I didn't know what y'all had planned for the meeting or the scene that y'all discussed, but it really shows how much research you did on witchcraft, and I really, really appreciate the level of depth that added to the world. Just you putting those little touches on it. I thought that was really fucking sick, and it was just. I just want to be like, that was really clear how much thought you put into it, and I appreciate that.
All right. What about your favorite Jaeger moment?
I'm really liking the way that you're playing out his personality, especially in the middle of a battle. I think, like, because you had said before, like, you're not a fucking fighter. So I think, like, you using your head is going to be way more important than anything. And the way that you're avoiding conflict in the midst of it is just fucking entertaining. I love it. It's good.
That was great. All right, your favorite Michael moment.
Michael, I really like the reveal of your new ability, because I remember last time you were excited about being able to share that.
That was cool.
I also liked going back to Psycho. I really like your little ad libs on certain things of like, oh, that sounds Egyptian, or you said something about Michael when he turned into the direwolf. You're like, well, that's the pureblood right there. You don't see many of those or something. I forget exactly what you said, but
I forget my exact words, but it was basically that's, according to folklore, that's a werewolf.
Yeah. I like that, those little details about that. But back to Tweet, I really liked how you're handling being a shifter. I think that's fucking. You have another level of the game to think about, and I think you're using the perks of your ability well.
Hell yeah. All right, what about your favorite Lester moment?
Lester's is so fucking fun to watch. Again, man, like, you're doing so well with him, dude. I think that the little things you say when someone mentions something like the hospital or the cops are just so great, and just like adding so much like realism to your character. Like, it's little stuff like that you don't get in one session. You know what I mean? It takes like a whole campaign, and then you look back and you go, God, what a good fucking character. And I think you're playing him really well.
Yeah, Lester's awesome. He's a great character. All right, favorite
little
GM
things
moment.
that add up to a bunch. Favorite GM moment, man. This I've never done like a mystery like this in like RP, and I think like there's always mystery. That's storytelling, right?
Sure.
But like there's something about like the Sherlock Holmes nature of this that's really cool, and I think you're handling that really, really well, because that can't be fucking easy. And for us to have gotten where we got to, I think there's so much, right? Like I'll never know the amount of things that we didn't figure out.
Yeah.
But we figured out, we solved the mystery, right? Like, even without half the information, I feel like. So like the fact that you're able to guide us there with us doing the work is impressive as hell.
I'm glad you enjoy that. All right, let's
Oh, yeah.
who wants to go next?
I guess I'll go. Oh,
Whichever one of you, I don't care.
Go ahead.
all right, I'll go.
All right, why don't you go ahead and tell us your favorite Gideon moment, since he was himself last time.
The bit where we swapped from combat back to this shop, and he's like doing his whole
Yeah.
spiel. Oh god, that cracked me up, man. That was great.
Yeah, that was really funny. I was trying really hard not to laugh too much, but I lost it.
Yeah, it's hard to.
I mean, at
Anyone
first
trying
I
that
was
hard.
I was like, what the
I
hell
had
is
to think
going
of it for a
on?
minute.
And then I remembered.
That's
oh,
when
yeah,
when I started
he's not
looking,
in the
was that
forest.
right? Right. I looked over at fucking Psycho's face, and he was just like, "What the fuck?" And I lost it.
I forgot he wasn't in the forest with us.
Oh, that was really funny.
Yeah, I thought the juxtaposition of combat to that would be really good.
Yeah, it's like one of those like going back and forth between the two
Yeah.
things. Yeah, I like that. That was fun. All right, what about your favorite Jane moment?
There was one in the earlier part, but I'm blanking on it now. So I think just the whole like ritual setup of the spell protections.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I thought that was really good.
All right, favorite Michael moment.
Definitely when he kicked in the door to the shack.
That was
Like,
awesome.
I had a bad feeling about like hobo traps and whatnot, and that's why Jaeger was off to the side, and he's just barrels in. I was like, oh no. But that was a Michael thing to do.
That was good. All right, favorite Lester moment.
For Lester, I'm blanking. He, in my mind, didn't have a shining moment in this
Sure.
game. But it's sort of like what Society was saying, where it's like a bunch of little subtle things that add up over time. I think that's... Even if not given a shining moment, you're adding in those little things. And I think that's great.
Yeah, absolutely love his character. All right, well, then your favorite GM moment.
Definitely the trapped door. Like,
I had to figure out a way to
I-
bring one in the game at some point.
I know you like a trap, a good old dungeon trap. So
I sure
throwing
do.
those at us is classic.
That's definitely a cynical thing to do. It's yeah, sure do love me a trap. All right, you wanna go next, Hemdall? Nope, you're muted.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and what's your favorite Gideon moment?
I'm gonna kind of combine Gideon and Lester.
You
as
don't need me to
both
lead
a
you through these.
thing.
If you just want to go through each
Yeah,
person, go
we're-
right ahead.
Like neither of them are particularly like combat oriented, just from either playbook or character.
Mm-hmm.
But it really works for outside of combat, for the things they do and the way they kind of push the narrative or solve things, like Lester doing last session, finding out
Lester did a
the
lot
TV
last
dude.
session.
That was
Yeah.
pretty much critical to saving the person.
Oh, it changed the entire story. It changed literally everything
Yeah.
about the story.
Hmm.
Yeah, keep in mind, we're also talking about last session too. This is we're doing favorite moments from this
Oh,
mystery.
yeah.
All right. What about your favorite Jane moment? Oh, he's changing his earbuds, I think.
Yeah, that died right in the middle of that.
Okay.
I was like, I
I-
can't hear.
Your favorite Jane moment or Jaeger moment, whichever one you want. Jane, Jaeger, or
I like how Jane's kind of been going around having like her own little side story or side objectives, and how that's been handled and presented has been
that's been super
pretty
cool to see
unique
how that
from
plays out.
like most other role-playing things I've done.
Yeah, all
All
the
right.
solo stuff is interesting, and like splitting.
Oh,
part
right,
of the
yeah.
game.
It's much easier to split people, move them apart, and do things and show things to one person and stuff here.
Yep.
Jaeger or GM?
What Psycho was saying about Lester's kind of how I feel this session for Jaeger. He didn't have any particular shining moment, but it was a lot of the little things he was doing. It's people are gonna watch it, or us on if we go back and watch it, we'll pick those things out and be like, yeah, I liked that, or this part was cool.
The little
And for
moments really add up.
the keeper, I was not expecting that monster. Like how that was presented, I was like, okay, there's something watching us. I assume maybe from the woods,
You thought you guys
or
were getting
maybe
away
it's
without
the
any real
ghost.
combat in this mystery, didn't you?
and I'll just bust down the door. Fuck it. It's like some spider things up on the wall. It jumps down at you.
With a cop
Not
face, yeah.
expecting
Well, shit. I can do anything I want in this system.
Yeah, it's kind
It's
of
crazy.
what it really
Yeah,
is.
yeah, I've made so many weird monsters and ghost things, and combining things. I'm gonna make sure that there's lots of times where it's not just like, well, we know it's the werewolf, and we've got the silver dagger, and he's the werewolf. Let's go stab the man, right? So it's got to be. There's always twists and stuff. So that was pretty fun to see your surprise. I was a little bit like coming up to it. I was like, well, they don't have any idea that this dude's out here doing this thing at all. Like they
Oh no, I
they
do.
missed-
Cabin in
Did
the
you?
Woods. Well, no, I assumed it was the actual like head cultist, which
That's what I thought. I thought it was. Gonna
I'm not
be,
clear if that's him or not. I was like, the 100% that cultist escaped. He's
Yeah.
living out here doing some nasty shit.
I know. I saw
So
your
that,
face.
that
when you
was.
said
I'll
the
give you.
cop.
I'll give you this much. That was a cultist.
Yeah, I was like, what?
That was a cultist
Okay,
from
I
the
figured he
from the
might have
thing.
been.
And they didn't burn themselves alive. He burnt the house down to hide the fact that he was with them. I'm not going to give away too much more than that because there are other connected things going on, but that's why that all played out. You didn't quite get all the pieces to figure that bit out, but you got there most of the way. So
That's
you
what I
still saw the
figured.
mystery without it. Yeah.
We knew that
all right.
guy lived.
Yep. So who wants to go next? Venom?
Let's all go.
Macau, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Anybody you want to in any order.
Well, kind of combining Gideon and the Keeper a bit. The way that like the public has reacted to Gideon's character and the way that Gideon has reacted back to the public has been pretty great interactions.
There's going to be a lot of that. I
So
feel like, in this
especially
campaign.
when he got to the door, and they're immediately sus because they see
Yeah.
they see Gideon there.
He's like, I'm not here because of the church.
It's not the church. I'm not here.
Not the church.
It's funny that
Yeah.
he had to say that, right? Alright.
For Michael, it's maybe a little simple, but I like how he was careful about taking his pants off before he
That was
changed.
hilarious. The pants thing was so funny.
That was
Because he didn't want to end up without pants.
Mhm.
It's so funny.
Classic mistake. That's how you get
A
caught.
dire wolf in a
Exactly.
flannel jacket's normal,
Not
but a
thinking
dire
that.
wolf in
Fine,
pants
yeah, that
is
works.
100% not.
That's stupid. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
I think it's more about him being afraid that I'm going to make him lose his pants. Which definitely seems like something I would do, so
Yeah.
it's 100% fair. All right, favorite anybody else moment?
For Jaeger, I mean, it was just kind of like we're in like the heat of battle, and he's like, what should I do? He kind of thinks for a minute and then just kind of walks away. He's like, okay, all right, let me you know what, this is not, I'm just gonna go chill back here. It's pretty good. Which makes a lot of sense too, right? Because Jaeger also knows that, like, I mean, me and Gideon and Michael, we're not going to be able to like patch ourselves up. Jane might be able to help a bit, but we get messed up, and we're going to just stay messed up.
True.
And try to sow some, I might make it worse, but and as Jane, I really loved the whole introduction, like at the end, at the very end, introducing what was about to happen
I like that too.
when she just walks in with this chicken, and we're just like, oh,
Yeah,
well,
the
here's
horseshoe on the
Jane with a
outside.
live chicken and a horseshoe. Yeah. I just like that. The setup was really good. The whole thing was
And
good, but
the
I really
reveal
liked
of the
setup.
circle.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Did you do a Michael one yet?
Yeah, his
Yeah,
pants.
that was the pants.
Oh yeah, the pants. Yeah, my bad. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to go next? Is it let's see, who else? Who hasn't gone? Just Lord Venom, right? And then myself.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
I'll go if you want to,
okay.
but you can go ahead and go. Go ahead.
Let's see. Michael, I liked I liked all your stuff today, where you were like staying outside the Berg's house and like sniffing around and checking out the backyard, and then especially in the woods, just the way you played your whole character as far as like shifting into like, now we're out in the woods, now this is my element, and shifted into like the wolf and did all that, and obviously take the lead in the fight. Like, I feel like that all really felt really natural, and it's a great job. Gideon, obviously the moment was when you like did that whole like speech about Joseph Smith. Like, that was really cool. Obviously you had prepped that, and it was like, yeah, it was a little bit of a jaw dropper. Like, holy shit, he's like he's not just lightweight, he's getting in there. Let's see, Jaeger. I think along the same lines. Like, for me, it was really the round of combat where you like decided to help. I think that like really, more so than running off to the cabin. But like, it's like, yeah, there's a fight going on, and you're just like, hey, like, you know, hit him here. like I said, that invoked the like boxer coach kind of thing. Like, yeah, hit him there. So it's like this weird calm
Trying to help
in a crazy situation.
He distracted him more than anything, but yeah, he failed that one.
Lester, I think, going back to last session, I think we can all agree the phone call with the news agency was pretty hilarious.
That was awesome.
Where it was like, I'll just call them, and it was like the front desk, and you talked your way past that, and then talk to him, and I think you got a mixed success, and then rolled like a 12, and it was like that whole scene was very cool, very very Lester. And then obviously all the other stuff, the little like paranoid thoughts, and it's very cool. And then the keeper, as you know, as always, I'm really entertained by all your like characterization of, you know, obviously last time we had the bar, we had, I forget this guy's name, but the barkeep, and then like the Bergs today were really good. It was just like a really like, somehow it felt like we were intruding on these people's like Star Wars watching session.
Yeah,
It just
that's
felt
what they're
really
doing.
really authentic and like realistic, and you had the two of them, and they had different personalities, and yet they had this like relationship, and that was all seamless. So very very good job.
Well, now those couples can watch Star Wars together.
Yeah. If those
right.
couples on a Trekkies.
True. Maybe they'll have a falling out.
This all your friends.
Stay tuned for more. But okay, I'll go. So Jane, the circle meeting was super awesome that you did there at the end. That was really great. You put a lot of work into that and stuff, but also like not just the way that you constructed it as a meeting, but how you thought through all the magic stuff. I thought was really cool, and I also thought that you played your character just really consistently in general. So that was awesome. Jaeger, I liked it a lot when you chose to take more damage to protect Jane instead of taking the less damage. I also liked it when you got shot, but I'll get to that in a minute. That's more of another person's moment.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
Michael, I really liked it when you almost ate the blackened heart, right? And you like resisted the urge and stopped doing that. I also liked it when you did the pants thing. I thought that was really funny. Lester, I have a few written down for you. The first one is shooting Jaeger. By accident, shooting Jaeger.
That's so good.
That was pretty good.
Then the other one related to that is just standing still and trying to shoot it over and over determinedly, like, no matter what.
Oh, good.
Keeping track of the phones that you were smashing. The thing when you call the TV station and talk to Frank and all that stuff, social engineering your way in, and then also when they came in and we're all talking, all four were there from the couples, and the one guy's like, it was the first couple, sorry, and they were like, are you all Mormons? And you were like, oh hell no. That was really funny. Gideon, I love the preaching scene. Basically, you're crazy proselytizing story.
Fuzzy.
Yeah, you did. story that you did there. Everybody loved that. Also loved the jelly beans in the jar thing. That was super fun to play out. And then for everybody, I just really liked the burial at the end. All people like kind of gathered up at the thing, and it felt sort of like a somber moment, you know. And those are all mine. Did I miss anybody? I don't think I did. No, that's everything. All right. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. That was super fun. This is Hunt. We do this every single Saturday, and really appreciate everybody that came out tonight. We saw Gerbil, J5, Starhopper. I got a few extra follows tonight. We got a sub from Shadow Strike. Ronnie Yolks gave me a follow. Vivek303. I really appreciate those follows out there, everybody. Everybody that showed up, like I said, Gerbil, everybody in chat. Appreciate you. Love you coming out. We, like I said, do this every single Saturday. It's awesome. Come back for more. We have another mystery next week, and I'll see you then. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for hanging out.